Chapter 1926. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 41 seconds a.m. Chapter 1926. Escalation if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button. Again, the rumbling thunder above Alejandro's head suddenly expanded as he slowly stood to his feet. Arcs of lightning rushed through his pupils, the pillar beneath his suddenly cracking and nearly fracturing. Good. Alejandro raised his hands, and the skies darkened instantly. Cynthia, who had just stepped on her flagship, paused, though she didn't turn back. Her dress fluttered in the wind, oddly peaceful compared to the raging storm rising around her. If you want the Morales family to lower their heads, you're all more foolish than I thought. Alejandro's voice crackled and boomed, the weather itself echoing his words across the horizon. It felt like in that moment, everyone in the solar system could hear his voice. Then wait for war, Cynthia said lightly, prepared to continue moving. Wait. Alejandro raised his head to the skies, his laughter causing the rumbling black clouds to thicken. Since you all dare to come here in an attempt to humiliate my Morales family, why should you ever think of leaving? Warriors of the Morales family. Alejandro's voice boomed so loud that even the elders representing exceptional families winced, their ears bleeding beneath the sound and pressure. Their hearts trembled as they realized that the Morales family wasn't all talk. Roars echoed from the planet below. Alejandro closed his palm, a mighty spear spiraling with rainbow lightning appearing in his hand. At the same time, the sound of clinking armor echoed, and a surge of rainbow lightning seemed to form around his body, forming a radiant armor that sparkled both like rainbow crystals and streaking lightning. One after another, thousands began to rise into the skies, the clinking of armor filling the skies as divine armors of all kinds manifested. Some rumbled like volcanoes, others howled like wind, some were as tall as giants, and others stepped through the air as though it was solid ground, radiating dense earth force that steadily increased the gravity of the surroundings. The mixture of those that could rise into the skies and those that couldn't roared out. The white clouds that had clung to the bottom of the pillars dispersed, revealing a land below filled with men and women rushing to heed Alejandro's call. It was clear at a glance that the Morales family hadn't planned this in advance. Their gathering army lacked any sort of organization or forethought, but it was precisely this that made the hearts of so many tremble so fiercely. They didn't ask why, they didn't seek understanding, they didn't even seem to care if there was a reason at all. The moment they heard their patriarch's call, they came out in droves, bloodthirsty lights in their eyes. What was even more shocking was the fact that even though they should have known that so many powerhouses were coming today, they hadn't been on their guard at all. It was as though they had never regarded the rest of the human domain as something to take seriously in the first place. Their faith in their Morales family was completely infallible. It was disregard, complete and utter disregard. Compared to any words that Alejandro could speak, this spoke far louder than anything else could have. This was the spirit of the Morales family, and the actions they all had taken in the previous generation to suppress Velasco didn't seem to have had any effect on the culture of the Morales family at all. Since you all want war, you can have your war right now. Cynthia's gaze narrowed as she turned back, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She was intimately familiar with the Morales family, but it was easy to be madmen when you had the definite upper hand. The fact that they still dared to act like this despite the circumstances made her want to reevaluate them once again. However, she didn't get the chance to think about this even more, because a moment later, the Morales family surprised her once again. Boom! An old man with a fluttering off-white robe appeared high in the skies. His white beard fluttered while his head had not a single strand on it, shimmering almost as bright as the lightning that was still flickering about in the dark clouds. He cast an indifferent glance over the region before his gaze landed on Cynthia, causing her expression to become serious for the first time. The instant he appeared, two more old men seemed to tear through the void to appear, one appearing behind Amory, and the other appearing behind Nazag. Even so, the Morales elder in the skies didn't even glance in their direction. "It's you who wants my Morales family to remove one of our heirs from contention?" Cynthia turned and looked up, her brows smoothed out and her gaze, as placid as a lake, met that of the Morales elder. "I've made my stance clear already. Is there a need to repeat? I speak for the Omen family. If the Morales want war, they can have dash. Since when was it the Omen family's place to speak on the affairs of my Morales family?" The Morales elder raised his palm and suddenly grabbed out. Cynthia's pupils constricted. Before the palm even descended, her flagship began to creak and quake. Frowning, Cynthia gathered up her force to counter, but shockingly enough, she found is dispersing before she could fully gather it up. Cynthia realized at that moment that she couldn't fight back at all. Just when it seemed that she would be captured, a surging aura came from a pendant around her neck. "Aren't you too shameless attacking a junior like this, Alvaro?" "A junior? So is that the excuse now? A moment ago, she was the speaker of the Omen family, but now she's an insignificant character? Someone will have to pay for this, and if you stand in the way, it will be you, Radrian." Bang! The slowly forming image of Radrian Omen is shattered under Ancestor Alvaro's pressure. However, in its place, a swirling portal appeared. Radrian stepped across the void, raising a wrinkled hand to struggle against Alvaro's might. At that moment, everyone seemed to understand that the situation had escalated to a point of no return. Two ancestors had not only appeared, but were now exchanging blows. Chapter 1927, published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 40 seconds a.m. Chapter 1927. Never again. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Boom. Ancestor Radrian stepped out completely, his bent arm extending fully, and a rush of force beat back Ancestor Alvaro's force and eventually dispersed it. Ancestor Radrian's expression darkened. "Is this really what you want to do, Alvaro?" Ancestor Alvaro stood in the skies, the intent in his gaze blazing. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a bronze spear with a menacing blade. Almost instantly, the howl of spear force sundered the skies, a violent swirl of sharp force, stinging the eyes of all those who were foolish enough to look directly at it. The Morales family will not take a step back. Alvaro slammed the butt of his spear downward, causing cracks to appear in the air as though reality itself was shattering akin to fragile glass. With a flick of his wrist, he brandished his spear, crossing the distance between himself and Radrian. Radrian had no choice but to respond in kind, a dozen circular blades appearing around him. 3 took form along each one of his forearms, the rest shooting forward and surrounding Alvaro. A hint of solemnness pressed down between Radrian's brows. No one had expected the Morales to truly take things this far. They had all underestimated the kind of fury they had all held in their hearts the last time something like this had happened. The previous generation of Morales was too powerful, and their head was even more so. It was widely accepted that if nothing was done to dull their momentum and blades, the result would be the unification of the human domain under the Morales family. In truth, the Omen family had had little to do with what happened back then. With Cynthia being the assumed soon-to-be wife of Velasco, the prosperity of the Morales would be their prosperity. At least, that was what it seemed to be on the surface. Radrian was quite aware that there were many in the Omen family that felt that a genius like Cynthia should remain within their family. Allowing her to marry into the Morales would be as good as giving away a future pillar of their family. Back then, something similar had happened. Many refused to allow Velasco to become the patriarch of the Morales family. Velasco had never cared or wanted the position to begin with, so he had never intended on it to begin with. However, right on the heels of that, Ishmael, Lionel's grandfather, was killed. The fury of the Morales family after this happened was palpable, but after Velasco slaughtered his way into the Void Palace, the entire human domain was forced into a tumultuous state, and in order to calm things down, the Morales had to settle for the payback Velasco had gotten himself. The choice made back then was one no single elder of the Morales was happy with. In fact, some harbored hatred for Velasco, believing that his rash actions back then had disallowed them the opportunity to retaliate properly. This was because no small number of innocents had died under Velasco's rage back then. If the Morales still pressed forward, reason would have no longer entirely been on their side because many others had suffered. In the end, the Morales were forced to swallow their pride once, their bellies suffocating a large fire of fury, one that had been suppressed for many decades. Even so, they had all made one decision back then: never again. The human domain had stepped on the lion's tail, but now they were surprised by the reaction. Radrian realized this as he exchanged blows with Alvaro, but it was already much too late. They had miscalculated, and it hadn't been by just a small amount. Shouldn't you be training right now? Lionel laid atop of Aina, looking into her eyes with a hardly hidden smile. If you want to tap out, just say so. Aina looked appalled. Tap out? If one of us is going to quit first, it'd be you. Lionel laughed. He had done anything in the past several weeks except mess around and roll around in bed with Aina. Very soon, we won't have time to rest, so we might as well take it now, don't you think? Lionel grinned. Of course, a quitter like you probably sees this as work. I can let the fair maiden off if she really can't handle it any longer. Aina's legs suddenly shifted, and she pushed off her arms, spinning the two of them until she was the one riding on top. Lionel could feel her walls tightening around him. He seemed to realize that if it wasn't for his metal body, she probably could crush him, and this little vixen seemed to want to remind him of this. Aina smiled a wide smile. You don't seem to be taking the air wars as seriously as you should. Isn't this your dream? But look at you now. Lionel didn't seem to be listening as his gaze followed Aina's swinging breasts. They might as well have been a hypnotist's pendant with the way they had his attention. My dream? I'm dreaming of something entirely different right about now. Lionel mumbled. Aina giggled, leaning forward and smothering Lionel's face. Yup, definitely a dream. Lionel nodded to himself seriously, wrapping two arms around Aina's waist tightly. Look at you. You're like a child. I'm getting in a mind state necessary for baby number one. You're supposed to be a parent in that case, not a child. Says who? You be the adult, will be the best friend. Good cop, bad cop, it's a tale as old as the universe itself. Aina pinched Lionel's waist. You want to make our child hate me? How could they hate you? Lionel reached up and jiggled Aina's breasts. With food like this every day, they'll be grinning from ear to ear. Aina laughed and dropped the subject. It seemed that Lionel had no intention of being serious right this moment, so she decided to help his mind relax. Very soon, there really wouldn't be such an opportunity. Lowering her lips, she kissed him before he could let another joke fly. How was she supposed to enjoy herself if she was busy laughing? Chapter 1928, published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 38 seconds a.m. Chapter 1928. Is that all? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, Planet Morales fell into chaos. As Lionel was streaking across the stars, quickly approaching, he had no idea that a war had already broken out on his behalf. Lionel had already deduced that the Morales attempt to give him more time would fail, which was why he hadn't decided to stay in Earth's territory and had instead begun to make his way over immediately. However, what he hadn't expected was for this to lead to the eruption of a decades-long suppressed fury. The Morales family was intimately familiar with human nature. Taking a step back only made others think they had a license to take more. Last time, the Morales family had had no intention of taking the first step back, but Velasco hadn't cared enough to even fight for it. The result of that were enemies spotting a chink in their armor and taking out a man who had contributed a great deal to their succeed. These two things, Velasco's initial indifference and his subsequent furious tirade, had caused no small amount of dissatisfaction within the family. But that was one matter, and this was another. It didn't matter to them who Lionel was, what lineage he was from. All that mattered was that he had Morales blood, and a step beyond that he was one of their potential heirs. The Morales family's reverse scale had already been poked at once, they wouldn't allow it to be poked out again. Ancestor Radrian found himself being suffocated. The Morales and the Omens might both be crafting families, but their skill in combat couldn't be compared. By the third exchange, Radrian was already on his back foot. By the 10th, beads of sweat were falling down his brow. The two old men who had appeared to protect Amory and Nazag frowned. However, almost the instant they twitched, the skies tore apart, and two more older men wearing off-white robes appeared, standing above them. Without a word, they waved their palms and their spears appeared, howling spear force raging through the skies. By this point, the others could only be thankful that Cynthia had long since removed the gravity formation, or else their only fate would be to die. The expressions of Ancestor Suyard and Ancestor Terrius turned ugly. The Morales were truly serious about this. The both of them acted quickly, hiding their young geniuses behind them. Suddenly, they regretted trying to make a show of force by sending these two forward instead of a pair of elders. If Amory and Nazag died in this battle, it wouldn't be worth it at all. Cynthia's words about dead geniuses seemed oh so ironic at this point. Is there a need for this? Ancestor Suyard asked coldly, his gaze as sharp as a pair of twin swords. One of them, an elder who went by Ancestor Ramon, pointed the tip of his spear toward Ancestor Suyard, the battle intent in his gaze blazing. The Suyard family has long since been an eyesore. Slaughtering you here would make my blade sing. As though in response, Ancestor Ramon's spear vibrated wildly, the echo causing both Nazag and Amory to go pale. Ancestor Suyard sneered. The Morales family can't afford to do this. You have no idea what the Morales family can afford or not. I've been waiting decades to say this, but blood begets blood. I don't know who laid their hands on our brother Ishmael, but the human domain hasn't suffered nearly enough for that. Hearing this, Ancestor Suyard's expression only became uglier. If this was really the impetus for the Morales family's action, then they had had decades to think about this. In that time, they should have cooled off and let more rational thought win. But the opposite had happened instead. What kind of trump cards had they prepared for this? Just when Ancestor Ramon was about to attack and vent the chest full of fury he had suppressed for so long, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Yet another flagship appeared in the skies. Ancestor Ramon frowned. Shield crossed stars? This thought only lasted for a moment, though. That was because on the bow of the ship, there was a boy sitting with his feet dangling among the stars, a boy whose face was recognizable to many by now. That was just an inevitable result when you were a Tier 1 fugitive. Lionel blinked, clearly not having expected to see such a shit show. This wasn't even his real body. It was just a clone he was using to direct the flagship. His true body was still having a grand time, though whether it was a clone or his real body didn't make much of a difference. After all, both were being controlled by the same mind. The hell? Lionel mumbled. The current Lionel really looked out of place. He was shirtless, wearing nothing but a comfortable pair of sweatpants. He couldn't be bothered to conjure up anything more complicated for a clone, but this only made things all the more shocking. Lionel's appearance, however, especially for those who thought that he had every intention of stalling and buying as much time as possible, caught many off guard, almost more than the fact he dared to appear with a stolen flagship of Shield Cross stars. Cynthia's gaze drifted over, her expression unreadable. Alejandro, who stood in the skies among crackling lightning, also turned over. In fact, even the various ancestors looked over. After all, this young man was the spark that had started all of this. Lionel blinked. He wasn't one to be shy, but this situation was truly quite weird to him. Coughing lightly, he smiled. Did I come a bad time? The expressions of many became weird. Of all the responses they had expected, this was definitely the last. Lionel looked slightly uncomfortable, but outside of that, he didn't seem to feel the pressure of the situation at all. Adderworth smiled bitterly. Little bro, you really did come at a poor time. Oh, what happened? The conversation echoed across the battlefield, the rumbling of the Morales family warriors unable to suppress it entirely. It made sense for a seventh-dimensional expert like Adderworth to be able to do this, but Lionel being able to... Well, Adderworth looked around. Lionel's appearance seemed to have caused a small lull, but this couldn't be helped. The entire surrounded were still quaking due to the appearance of such a large war vessel. It was difficult even for eighth-dimensional existences to maintain perfect balance currently. It's like this. Adderworth decided it wouldn't do any harm to explain. He still wasn't a fan of the Morales doing this, although his blood also boiled. Lionel's brow raised after he listened to Adderworth. Is that all? Adderworth frowned, not quite sure how to respond to that. A year really is too long. By then it'll be in the 7th dimension. If we held Air Wars then, it wouldn't have any suspense. What fun would that be? Lionel's smile was like the summer breeze, his hair dancing gently in a wind that seemed to be of his own creation. The carefree confidence he exuded seemed to sweep away all auras but his own. Chapter 1929, published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 35 seconds a.m. Chapter 1929. Different if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again arrogant. For many of the older generation here, this was the very first time they were seeing Lionel. But that smile, that casualness, that indifference in the face of what should have been insurmountable pressure, they had seen it before. And he looked so similar to that person that their images could practically be stacked atop of one another and fused into one. For some reason, seeing Lionel's nonchalant smile, the fury in the eyes of the ancestors and Alejandro abetted, their gazes sparkling. Ancestor Alvaro's wrist trembled once, sending Ancestor Radrian flying back with quite some speed toward the Omen family's flagship. Then, he raised his head to the skies and laughed uproariously, his laughter echoing all throughout the battlefield. In truth, the ancestors of the Morales family weren't entirely on board with this. Setting aside the fact that they were still quite furious, Lionel's words just now might have helped them vent somewhat, but the issue was that it could easily backfire. If Lionel actually won, or performed well enough, then his words now would gain them back quite a bit of face. However, if Lionel said all of this just to lose, and in terrible fashion at that, then it would only be worse for the Morales family from then on. Starting the war right here and now was preferable for multiple reasons. For one, there was the matter of momentum. Scheming and planning was just as important in war as the charisma of one's leaders and the heart of one's warriors. The morale of the troops was an often forgotten staple of victory. Only the most foolish of commanders would treat their armies like numbers on a sheet. Right this moment, the momentum was on the side of the Morales. If they chose to take a step back, gathering up the fire they had in their bellies currently would be very difficult. The second reason was even more obvious, and that was because they could deal a decisive blow to all of their enemies right here and now. There were 3 ancestors present, 3 men that these families would ache to lose. And beyond that, there was Cynthia, a talent the likes of which only Velasco had ever been able to suppress. If she was crippled or even killed, this was a blow that the Omen family would find incredibly difficult to deal with. The one thing the Omen family lacked was powerful combat power. If Cynthia grew to the point of her ancestors, one would be hard-pressed to defeat her without dozens at the same level. On the other hand, if Lionel won despite the odds stacked against him and became the new patriarch of the Morales family, things would change. The war felt inevitable at this point, but the momentum they would have in this latter case would be even more than what they had now, not to mention the fact that they would also gain the support of Earth at the same time. While that might not be worth much now, in the future, the gain in morale and momentum, not to mention the suppression of the other families, would result in nothing but benefits. If this future was guaranteed, it would definitely be the preferred path, especially since if Lionel became the patriarch, that lone wolf Velasco wouldn't be able to be so casual with his actions any longer, and he might finally return like he should have long ago. Truthfully, it was only because Velasco's movements, whereabouts, and current strength were so unknown that these families chose to be so bold. Some thought he was beneath Cynthia after spending so long on Earth, and thus wasn't a worry at all. Some thought he was at best equivalent to Cynthia, making him a slight worry, but nothing much in the grand scheme. Very few knew his real strength, if not because of the event that occurred in the Void Palace. These people would have been even more casual. Humans were forgetful creatures. The Morales ancestors didn't know if Lionel realized these truths, or if he was just speaking like a normal hot-blooded youth. If it was the latter, it was acceptable enough. He had proved himself to be a Morales. If it was the former, however, this boy was no less arrogant than his father. Boy, do you know what you were asking for? Ancestor Alvaro looked down with a smile. He was one of the elders who disliked Velasco greatly, but he didn't seem to transfer that dislike toward Lionel at all. Lionel looked up and smiled, but he didn't seem to feel like answering. He had made his stance quite clear. Ancestor Alvaro nodded once, and his gaze suddenly became malevolent, a suffocating pressure falling down toward Lionel. Will you win? The voice cracked like thunder and rumbled like an earthquake. Those in the distance who thought that they had put enough of a gap between themselves and the battlefield suddenly exploded back in retreat once again, coughing up large amounts of blood. Despite the fact that the voice was aimed toward him, Lionel's smile didn't fade. Winning is all I do. Lionel's voice was much softer than Alvaro's, but it was just as clearly heard, riding the waves and projecting to the world. Ancestor Alvaro's malevolent expression slowly faded, and he nodded one final time. Sheeing, at that moment, the sound of a howling sword force also rose. Amory, who stood behind his ancestor, looked toward Lionel with his same indifferent glance. He slowly unsheathed a sword, the howling only becoming louder and louder as he pulled it from its sheath. Ancestor Alvaro looked toward this with an indifferent gaze. If Lionel couldn't deal with this much, then there wasn't much of a point to allowing him to participate in the first place. In fact, seeing this, it was Ancestor Suyard who frowned, but it was already too late to stop him. If he did, he would be dampening his own family genius momentum. All you do is win? I seem to remember different. Amory's sword fully unsheathed, a howling sword force splitting the air in two as he surged toward Lionel. Chapter 1930. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 19 seconds a.m., Chapter 1930. Belong if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The sword howl caused many to narrow their gazes. Even amongst the weaker older generation, they felt the need to take this attack seriously. They couldn't fathom how someone in the sixth dimension could possibly deal with such a strike. In fact, they didn't know many seventh-dimensional existences in Tier 1 that could deal with it, not without ending up in a sorry mess, that is. However, Lionel's smile didn't fade. In fact, he didn't even move. A shadow seemed to appear from Lionel's side. James seemed to come from nowhere. Placing a foot on the rail of the flagship, he reached out a palm toward the coming sword blade. Many frowned when they saw this. Did this young man want to lose his hand? But something most couldn't have expected occurred. Bang! James' fingers clawed downward, grabbing the golden sword force and squeezing down. The sound of shattering glasses echoed as the sword force dispersed into a whirlwind, the bits and shards echoing into the distance. Many stunned gazes landed on James. His hand was uninjured. There wasn't even the slightest scratch on it. It seemed that he had casually dealt with it without even the slightest discomfort. How rude! James clicked his tongue. What are you doing attacking a clone like that? If you're mad, wait till you're face to face. Doing things like this just makes you seem petty. It was only after James said it that everyone seemed to realize that the current Lionel lacked something. This wasn't something others could normally see through, but with the number of eighth-dimensional existences here, there were no small number of them that could see the difference. Fooling the eyes of such experts was especially difficult, especially when they knew what they were looking for. It was no wonder they couldn't sense Lionel's exact tier. Most had assumed that he was speaking nonsense when he said that he could enter the seventh dimension in a year. But if his clone was powerful to the extent of fooling so many eyes, then what about his real body? But even more importantly than that, Amory was a genius that many knew of. In fact, he was well known as the first since Velasco and Cynthia to be at such a level. So who was this young man who could resolve his attack with a hand? Just as many were lost in thought, another figure suddenly appeared. It was a young woman with a body filled with hidden and explosive muscles. She appeared by Lionel's side with a hint of fury in her eyes, her hair fluttering with blade force. Imna reached a finger forward and tapped at the air. At that moment, a blade howl the likes of which didn't seem to lose out to Amory in the slightest appeared, concentrating on her fingertip with a radiant golden light. Amory's eyes narrowed. However, an instant later, his pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his second blade, taking a step forward and swinging. Bang! Bang! Amory's arms trembled, and he was forced to take a step back. His eyes widened and released a low roar, his aura flourishing as he resolved the attack. Even so, he was forced to take yet another step back. James winced. Oof, that's a little bit embarrassing. Amory had attacked Lionel, and yet the result was one of Lionel's men resolving it with ease, and a second one of Lionel's men forcing him back. For someone who had such an undefeated legend, if this wasn't embarrassing, then nothing else could be. The worst part was that no one seemed to recognize who these two people were. They were complete unknowns, and only one of them seemed to have the aura of Earth, something the powerhouses were only now becoming familiar with. That meant that using Earth as an excuse didn't seem to be enough. Imna didn't seem satisfied and wanted to attack again, but before she could, Lionel raised a hand. Seeing this, Imna didn't hesitate to take a step back, her obedience making the striking difference all the more obvious. Ancestor Alvaro nodded inwardly. It seemed that there was a difference between Lionel and his father after all. While they were both extremely arrogant, Velasco was not a leader and never had an interest in it. Lionel, however, it seemed that he was quite capable. You remember different, Lionel smiled. Funny words coming from someone who couldn't withstand a few arrows. Amory stabilized himself, his gaze still tranquil as he looked up toward Lionel. Amory stabilized himself, his gaze still tranquil as he looked up toward Lionel. But I don't really feel like rehashing the past. Since everyone is here, I think that there's something far more important to talk about, don't you think? What compensation do you all plan to give me? The eyes of many narrowed, the atmosphere falling into silence. Nothing? Lionel chuckled. Feigning ignorance is fine if your goal is to only seem more like a worthless bunch of elitists, even more so than your actions today would suggest. None of you find it funny that the geniuses you're sending forward to participate in the heirs' wars wouldn't even be here to participate, if not for me? The Morales family shares my blood, and they don't hesitate to step out to protect me. But what are the rest of you worth to me? By this point, it was all too obvious what Lionel was referring to. Faced with this, there was little they could say. It's funny. I should have returned a hero, but the first thing that happened to me when I returned to the Void Palace was an interrogation and pressure to hand in a method that was mine to begin with. Fine, that much is fine. My research and results could be game-changing for the human domain. I might be inclined to help out if the feeling was reciprocated. But not long after that, Shield Cross Stars came to arrest me as though I truly was a fugitive. As though that wasn't enough, I'm also now suddenly a ticking time bomb that needs to be dealt with just because I have Fox and Morales blood coursing within me. Lionel's smile suddenly faded, a dense violet fog exuding from him and enveloping the flagship. My patience is very limited and my temper isn't good. I'll tell you all right now, since you don't want to acknowledge the fact so many of you owe your lives to me. I'll keep count of the debt myself. I don't have a need for your pity. I'll collect those debts back one by one. If you dare to send your geniuses in, I'll dare to kill them. If you send in one, I will kill one. If you send in 10, I will kill 10. As many come is as many as you'll lose. Consider it as a repayment of your debt. Your lives belong to me to begin with. Lionel rose to his feet. These people thought that he was some sort of live target that they could casually hunt. It was only right that they came to understand how he saw things, that they came to understand the reality of things. He wasn't the prey, they were. He wasn't the hunted, they were. He was half Morales, but no less of a madman. There might, potentially, be no third chapter today. If there is one, it will be much, much later. I will try my best. Sorry, everyone. This month and next month will be quite hectic for me. Chapter 1931. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 11 seconds a.m. Chapter 1931. Question: if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lionel stood up with a calm expression on his face. He hadn't said these words for the sake of these people feeling remorse. That would be nothing short of naive. He didn't want anything from these people. In fact, if they folded now and acquiesced to such a demand, it would only disappoint him. This fury in his belly had to be directed somewhere, and he wanted the target to be solid, not some soft cloud. He understood human psychology well. Doing something might be impactful, but saying you would do something and then doing it would be doubly so. He wanted these people to feel suffocated. He wanted them to watch their geniuses with despair clear on their faces, and yet feel somewhere deep within their hearts that it was all their fault from the very beginning. Lionel swept a gaze over the surroundings. He could see the various responses to his words. Some were enraged, some sneered, some didn't bother to hide their disdain. However, regardless of the reaction, he met it calmly, his own confidence shining through. His eyes landed on Cynthia for a moment before he turned away and moved to return toward his flagship. This woman, he was glad she was unscathed. If she was acting out of some sort of animosity, it would be his mother who put her in her place. As Lionel clone dissipated, the uproarious laughter of the three Morales ancestors echoed through the skies. You've heard the brat. A month from now, those of you who still dare can make your way to the execution grounds. Ancestor Alvaro took a step and vanished after saying these words. Like this, the domain war was cut short before it truly came into being. All those present knew that things wouldn't end so simply, and that at this point, war was practically inevitable. These heirs' wars had suddenly gone from a method of potentially avoiding war to a fight for momentum. Whoever came out on top would have an upper hand when the pot finally began to boil over. A day later, Lionel walked into a grand hall holding Aina's hand. He looked up, craning his neck just to catch a glimpse of a ceiling that must have been at least 100 meters up. He had never been in such a grand place, and he had to admit that the crafting specialty of the Morales family truly shone here. He smiled lightly and looked forward, meeting Patriarch Alejandro's gaze. Alejandro smiled widely, and he seemed to be in a very good mood, a far cry from the mood he had been in recent months. There was a point where he just wanted to leave and start a massacre of his own, but duty and responsibility weighed him down quite heavily. Littlest Nova, you wanted to see me? Alejandro asked. Ah, and this is Aina Brazinger, I gather. Look at this, Adworth. Lionel has already found his life partner, and what about you? You're almost double his age by now and still single. What am I going to do with you? Adworth coughed. It wasn't that he didn't like women, but the one he wanted a bit stubborn. There wasn't much he could do about this. He wasn't as lucky as Lionel, seeing that he had done his parental duty of embarrassing his son in front of company. Alejandro laughed heartily and invited Lionel and Aina forward. I didn't want to see you, Lionel said with a smile, bringing out the segmented cube and the spear domain ring. These two things are heirlooms of the Morales family. My old man is a bit unruly, so I can imagine how these things landed in his hand, but I believe that for the sake of fairness, these things should be given back to the family during the air wars. It won't be too late for me to reclaim them later. Alejandro's brows shot up. Of all the things he had expected, this was the very last. Lionel wasn't scheming with this move. He truly felt that it was only right. The only reason he didn't think of doing this earlier was because he had, indeed, started at a disadvantage. The other heirs had all grown up under the umbrella of the Morales, whereas his dad didn't tell him anything about this world until he was already 18, and even then that lazy old man had left him to his own devices. So, Lionel didn't feel bad for having had them in the first place. But now that the air wars were here, he thought it was only right he temporarily hand them over. However, what Adworth didn't expect was for Alejandro to suddenly shake his head. While it can be said that these two treasures are heirlooms of our family, it's probably more accurate to say that they are heirlooms of your family's branch. This is especially so for the segmented cube. The Spear Domain ring has had many owners, but the segmented cube has always belonged to Ishmael's lineage. It doesn't even listen to anyone else. Lionel raised his brows. He hadn't expected this. Plus, I can tell that you've already passed the tribulation of the Spear Domain ring. So actually, you're its rightful owner now. The only thing you owe the family is a recounting of your experience in the tribulation ground for future generations. Other than that, you're free to keep it. Seeing Lionel's surprise, Alejandro chuckled. Your father didn't explain anything, right? That's just like him. Aina giggled to the side, clearly amused by Lionel getting a taste of his own medicine. Lionel smiled bitterly, but inwardly he actually felt quite warm. He had already decided before that the Morales family would be his, but as things stood currently, he felt more a part of them than anything else. If there's nothing else, you can have dinner with us tonight if you would like. My wife has been wanting to meet you. Lionel smiled to accept, but his gaze flashed instead, suddenly thinking of something. There's one more thing that I've been wondering about. Why is it that I feel that the moniker of madman isn't a coincidence? And why does it seem that this only becomes more true the older a Morales is? Lionel had very few data points to reach this conclusion. He had interacted with too few Morales, but everything he did know seemed to point to this one conclusion. For one, the Morales tended to have very young patriarchs. If the air wars had occurred at the proper time, they would have been less than 35 years old. In the dimensional verse, this was exceptionally young, considering even fifth-dimensional existences in their 70s looked as though they were in their 20s. There was logically no reason to rush this. Secondly, on the battlefield just a day ago, Lionel had sensed a certain fury coming from the Morales ancestors, and Alejandro that, what could be considered reasonable, also felt somewhat irrational. It was incredibly difficult to maintain such fury for such extended periods of time, but the Morales didn't seem to have any issues with this. And finally, maybe the reason Lionel thought there might be such a possibility, there was the crimson energy that had seeped into his body the day he awakened his metal synergy lineage factor. Hearing this question, Alejandro's brows shot up, looking toward Lionel with a deep gaze. Chapter 1932. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 5 seconds a.m. Chapter 1932. Only time. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Alejandro stayed silent for a long while. It would be one thing if Lionel asked this question based on something Velasco had said, but he knew that man too well. And considering Lionel had just tried to give over something he shouldn't have, it was safe to say that his level of understanding toward the family was nearly zero. This meant that Lionel had deduced this on his own from the outside. Alejandro wasn't sure if this was impressive or maybe even a bit said. It is true that the Morales have a bit of temper problem, but it's usually not much of a problem. It used to be much worse, but after a certain age, the elders and ancestors of the family enter the Holy Land where the incense can calm their minds and soothe their soul. The reality is that the ability to assimilate the elements with your body is a demonic ability. For humans, the root of our affinities should be our ethereal glabellas. However, the metal synergy lineage factor takes root in the blood, and the affinity is birthed from runes that are ground into our bones and flesh. This is far more comparable to demons whose affinities are rooted in their bodies. Lionel's gaze flashed. That was true, now that he thought about it. When Aina refined the force pills to refine their foundations, the most important aspect was the flesh and blood of the demons. They had already been the foundation of the strength of demons. Lionel had never really seen things from that perspective, but indeed, the metal synergy lineage factor truly did align much more with demons than it did humans. His mind couldn't help but drift to the Demonis once again and the connection between the Silver Empire's inheritance and that of the Morales families. Was it a coincidence? Or could it be that Demonis wasn't just referring to the personality of this mysterious woman, but also her race? How were these things related, though? Just the timelines alone didn't seem to match up. If the demoness was related to everything, she would have had to have been there from the start of the Morales family to this point. The same would have been true for the other two founders of the Three-Finger Cult as well. Even someone with a Tier 5 Immortality Ability Index couldn't live that long. Y-Star Order had made it obvious many times that his lifespan was actually quite limited. And even if the demoness had a Tier 5 Immortality Ability Index that was somehow beyond that of any savant ever born before, and she really had lived for so long, what about the current head of the Three-Finger Cult? He was still alive as well. Was Lionel supposed to believe that two such anomalies were born into the same generation with the exact same ability index? What were the odds of that? It was all very confusing, and even he couldn't piece together what was happening. But Lionel started, but didn't quite know how to put it. Did demons have ingrained anger problems? He hadn't personally experienced this, at least not from intelligent demons. The Cobra demon was actually quite calm and calculating, and Kaldar had actually been quite funny when he did speak, although Lionel was pretty sure he still seriously believed that the former swung for the same team. And also, even if they did, why did it seem based on age? There are always consequences for going against the natural order of things. You probably also noticed the other oddity in our lineage factor, that being that it unlocks in stages. Rather than being at a set level from the very beginning like most other lineage factors, it requires being unlocked over time. There's a reason it's like that. Our bodies wouldn't be able to handle it all at once. Lionel's gaze flickered. This was also true, though he no longer had this problem. After assimilating the Silver Empire's inheritance, he had access to the full range of the Metal Synergy lineage factor, though it probably wasn't appropriate to call it that any longer, as the synergy it had with the other three portions had created something entirely new that Lionel had yet to fully explore. On top of that, he had formed a sixth doorway that would allow his Metal Synergy lineage factor to cross from the 8th dimension into the 9th. But as things stood now, he had no idea how to open that doorway. At the very least, right now, he felt like he was a very far distance from it. Lionel had yet to battle with this new body of his, because he had to enter the tribulation right afterward. In truth, he was a bit eager to see where his limits lay, but that was a matter for another time. Although we don't know the exact reasons, we can only guess that this is a large part of it. Lionel felt that this explanation was more than enough. In Earth's past, there was something colloquially known as mad cow disease. This was a disease caused when humans ingested cow brain, but more accurately, it was caused by a particular fold of protein found within the meat. This disease was named as such because of all of the cognitive changes it could cause in both cows and humans, even to the point of changing one's personality entirely. If something is relatively simple as a protein, at least compared to an entire lineage factor, could cause a thing, then forcing something decidedly not human into a human form factor was bound to have its own consequences. Lionel had already seen lineage factors casually make changes to his brain on a macro scale through the spear domain lineage factor. What was happening on a micro scale that he had missed? But beyond that, the real question was, by completing the inheritance, did Lionel save himself from such a fate? Or did he just co-sign himself to damnation? Only time would tell. Chapter 1933. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 2 seconds a.m. Chapter 1933. Novus. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. The next month flew by fast. Lionel felt incomparably relaxed. He spent his days in leisure. From the outside, it was difficult to tell that he should have been the person experiencing the most pressure. When the day came, however, he awoke with a sharp coldness in his eyes. He bathed, meticulously cleaning every inch of his body. He ate, eating through tables worth of food as though he would never be satiated. Then, he dressed himself, wrapping himself in robes of violet and gold. When he stepped out of the segmented cube, he found his queen with a dignified expression on her face. Aino wore a long violet and gold dress that clung to her curves and had just a single slit down its right side, revealing a creamy, smooth thigh wrapped with a delicate lace garter. Aina smiled lightly, stepping forward and smoothing out Lionel's chest. Her hair and eyes seemed to sparkle on their own, emitting a gentle light. When she seemed satisfied, she took his arm, and they stepped out together. The atmosphere was incomparably solemn. Not a single sound could be heard despite the seemingly endless pair of eyes paying attention to the situation. The location was a space above a seemingly barren planet. There wasn't a single blade of grass on its gray body, nor was there a single sign of life. Above it, there was a platform formed entirely of glass. On this clear platform, a large number of youths stood in pairs. One would have thought that Lionel's threat had fallen entirely on deaf ears. Surrounding this clear platform, several flagship-level ships were in attendance. Any power of the human domain worth much of anything was present, even if they had no intention of participating. There were no doubt powerhouses of the Void Palace and Shield Cross stars present. As for those that couldn't make it, the Morales had made certain that they had a chance to watch. They wanted the entire human domain to witness this event. It might be surprising that the participating youths were only standing in pairs rather than having their entire entourages with them. But this was how every air war began. Only by completing tasks would one gain access to more of their allies. And if you failed too soon, you may never get to display your full strength at all. In the center of these participants, 6 of the 7 heirs stood, each one with a pre-selected target. There wasn't a single one of them that didn't look prepared for battle, their gazes sharp and their arasa piercing. Adderworth, first Nova. A bronzed armor covered his body, the maturity between his brows clear for all to see. In these years, he had managed to rein in much of the stalwart Polearm Legacy faction under his control. If he had been given some more time, there was no doubt that he would have returned it to the status of a party and maybe even a leading majority. Surprisingly, though, to his side, there wasn't a member of this faction, his supposed strongest backing. Rather, there was a young woman that was recognizable by all, a young beauty that was most definitely on the Queen Beauty list, and someone that Aina would recognize quite intimately. This young woman was none other than Vega Aquarius. The appearance of this woman by Adderworth's side was a huge surprise. The Aquarius family was a constellation family, and as such had sent geniuses to represent them. But rather than siding with her family, Vega had actually made such a decision. Orin, second Nova. He seemed to stand in the shadows along with his partner, whose face was entirely obscured. In fact, even Orin's face itself seemed impossible to see. He was without a doubt the most mysterious of the 6. But this only made sense as he was known to have the widest information network. Covertness was the name of his game. Zavnik, third Nova. Although his gaze was sharp, there was a confident smile on his face. That interaction he had had with second Nova all those years ago felt like a lifetime ago. Only he understood his reason for working with the Unfettered Blade Party back then. To his side, though, an inconspicuous and unknown young man stood, shrouded in just as much secrecy as Orin's partner. Sio, fourth Nova. He was without a doubt the most erratic of them all. He had even tried to place Aina under a slave contract many years ago. But this was in line with his personality. Considering Vega was by Adderworth's side currently, but Sio had been chasing her for a long while, it was clear that scruples weren't something this fourth Nova had. Even so, the current Sio seemed to have undergone a striking change. The transformation was almost perfect, if it wasn't for the fact Vega's vice captain was currently by his side as his chosen partner. With that, the Morales heirs had already monopolized 2 Queen Beauties for themselves. Ramon, fifth Nova. If second Nova was the most covert, Ramon was the most silent, and also the only one of the 6 that Lionel had never heard of. Ramon wore a pair of glasses, and his appearance was the least confident of the 6. However, by his side, there was a valiant woman who seemed to exude all the aura that was needed for the both of them. This woman was yet another Queen Beauty, making that 3. However, she wasn't from another family. No, she was from the previous Nebula generation, the littlest Nebula, and was a Morales through and through. Of all the surprises of this day, The appearance of Valerie Morales was maybe the greatest. Valor, sixth Nova, the most stoic of the six, and also the one to enter the seventh dimension the most recently. By his side, a man stood in silence, his eyes half closed. At first glance, it was difficult to tell which of them was the more stoic of the two, and maybe that was exactly why they worked together so well. This young man was well known as the sector-ranked disciple closest to becoming the next domain reigned. Bruno, his last name unknown. At that moment, a flagship up above shuddered and a young man and woman wrapped in violet and gold stepped out. Chapter 1934. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 1 second a.m., Chapter 1934. No words. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The difference was striking. Everyone was prepared for war. As far as the eye could see, there were armors, sharpened blades, gauntlets, and pauldrons galore, and yet Lionel and Aina appeared as though they were strolling to a gala. No matter who it was, even those that would have the intention of directly ignoring him from the very start, they all couldn't help but look. In this sea of seventh-dimensional experts, there were only two in the sixth dimension, and both of them were right before their eyes. Lionel hadn't chosen to bring one of his seventh-dimensional guards. Instead, he had chosen to bring his queen, his wife, his woman. Bold, unrestrained, arrogant. As he strolled forward, a radiant halo seemed to form above his head, a suffocating presence exuding from him. Despite the fact that he was clearly in the sixth dimension, his momentum seemed to suppress all those around him. But what was even more surprising was that the gorgeous woman by his side carried an air of dignity and majesty that was no less oppressive. Golden forces seemed to appear and vanish around Lionel just as quickly. He descended through the depths of space with fluttering steps, this golden force forming flying doves and gliding butterflies. It was such a magical scene that it took even eighth-dimensional existences several seconds before they realized that this golden force was actually spear force. Their pupils couldn't help but constrict. They had never fathomed that spear force could be used in this way. It was alive, breathing. It was beautiful and seemed to lack the edge of blood and carnage that a spear should have had, and yet it was no less intimidating. In fact, it was more so. Lionel and Aina landed on the glass platform, causing it to tremble. Any thoughts of obstructing their path forward seemed to vanish into the air, the geniuses that should have been here to participate and compete with them flowing out of the way one after another. Neither Lionel nor Aina seemed to spare them a single glance, as though their actions only made sense. At this moment, Lionel's Tier 7 aura had flourished completely, entering the senses of those in the surroundings. However, rather than sneering at such a thing, their hearts could only leap into their throats. A year really is too long. By then I'll be in the seventh dimension. Those words should have been nonsense. They should have been something that could be dismissed with the wave of a hand. But the reality made this far from the case. Not even a year ago, Lionel was only at Tier 1, and yet he was already at Tier 7 now. Lionel appeared within the central circle of Novas. There wasn't a single hint of smile on his face, his king's might flourishing in all directions. He had never been more focused in his life, and the result was a pressure more suffocating than anything he had ever exuded before, a pressure which, just like always, seemed to be something only Aina was entirely indifferent to. In fact, Aina's own presence seemed to fuse and multiply Lionel's own, the resonance between the two of them causing the force in the air to fluctuate and disperse. The weaker parties suddenly found that controlling their force, even within their bodies, had become extraordinarily difficult. The appearance of two sovereigns was more than what they could handle. The eyes of the elders and various ancestors standing on their ships narrowed. Lionel's word from just a month ago seemed to echo in their ears once more. The Morales ancestors looked down with sparkling gazes, their blood rushing through their veins and their bronze skin flushing red like melting metal. Oh, how they wished to be young once more. Lionel's statement couldn't have been more clear. His attire spoke volumes, and it was a statement that was ringing throughout the entire human domain. The others were warriors, he was a king. The others had come to fight, he had come for glory. The others hoped for victory, he had come to pass judgment. To him, the outcome was already clear. Hugo, Ancestor Alvaro said lightly. There was no need for any more words. Seeing the look in Lionel's eyes, it was clear that he was finished talking. He hadn't even looked toward his fellow Nova brothers even a single time. As his spear force continued to form life around him, it seemed that he was all too eager for his blade to taste blood. Ancestor Hugo stepped forward, spreading his hands out wide as his aura flourished. He was a man who looked like he had a foot in the grave. Even his balding head was covered in dark age spots. Even so, when he moved, the world seemed to move with him, the momentum of an eighth-dimensional powerhouse flowing out like a tsunami. A dense dream force pervaded the region and descended upon the glass platform. Lionel stood in silence, closing his eyes lightly. Even when closed, he could sense the countless gazes on him. Many were filled with apprehension and fear, but there was a good number who had unwillingness, rage, and fury in their eyes. Without even using his internal sight, he could feel the changes in their emotions as though they were being imprinted on his very soul. Lionel slowly opened his eyes once more, a rippling ring of violet sweeping out from him. When these air wars concluded, no one in his generation would dare to look at him with such a gaze. Whoosh! All of the youth vanished at once. When Lionel opened his eyes, he found himself in a wilderness, but the region was quite poor. The soil wasn't rich, and was in fact quite cracked and lifeless. The air was dry and hot with the sun beating down from above. It didn't seem like there had been any rain in months. Looking down at his clothes, he wore nothing but a simple linen shirt and pants. If he wanted access to what he had been wearing previously, he would have to likewise complete tasks. Lionel looked toward Aina, who was by his side, wearing clothes just as simple and yet looking just as beautiful. "Let's go," he said lightly. Chapter 1935. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:52 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 1935. Village if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button. Again, Aina nodded and followed after Lionel, who shot into the distance. He didn't hold back on his speed at all, leaving trails of spatial force, light force, and star force in his wake. The Air Wars was the final test of the Morales, and it was treated and designed as such. Not only were your preparations being tested, but your skill was being tested. In the beginning, what you had done in the outside world was almost meaningless and would only begin to snowball as the Air Wars continued. The only thing you would have access to is your original and raw strength. Lionel suddenly reached out a hand. At that moment, a bow began to appear in his hands. At the same time, a golden battle axe appeared before Aina, one that she didn't hesitate to grab. The linen clothing fluttered in the wind as they appeared before a small village. The walls that protected the small village were made of bundled wood that looked as though they would be better used in a small fire. It was barely 30 or so meters across in diameter, and it seemed to already be in a state of lockdown, as though the appearance of Lionel and Alna had already been expected. Lionel exerted strength in his feet and shot into the skies, appearing high in the trees and surpassing them. Just when it seemed that he would fall back down, a spatial platform appeared beneath his feet, and he pulled back the string of his bow. At the same time, barefoot and all, Aina whipped by an afterimage of his that was still on the ground. In a blink, she had already appeared by the gates of the small village, her gaze cold. On the outside of the Air Wars, everything seemed to have changed. The barren moon below had become lush and vibrant. At the same time, the glass platform began to flicker, subtly moving. At that moment, it became obvious that it wasn't a platform, but rather a perfectly glass cube that one could see through perfectly. At that moment, however, the glass cube flickered, images of all sorts appearing. An odd force art seemed to make it possible for the glass cube to function as any individual's personal entertainment station. Even so, almost everyone focused on the exact same thing at the first sign of choice. Lionel. Watching him break out into a sprint immediately, the silence was loud. There was nothing wrong with his choice, but there was nothing right about it either. In addition, it was oddly confident for someone who was in the sixth dimension. The challenges and enemies of the Air Wars were all set to his seventh dimensional standard. They had all felt that Lionel was foolish to begin with, taking another sixth dimensional existence in with him instead of a seventh dimensional one was the pinnacle of foolishness. That said, if he could leverage the statement, he could come out on top, but he would have to target the appropriate challenges first. Running around like a headless chicken wasn't the right way. He hadn't even properly scanned his region yet. The eyes of the spectators narrowed further when Lionel summoned weapons from thin air. He shouldn't have any treasures on him right now, which meant he manifested those. The cube transmitted all information, including auras. Sensing the emulation spatial force Lionel was using, their gazes narrowed. A coincidence? Someone mumbled. Lionel and Aina had barely crossed 10 kilometers when they came across the village. But those that were sharp realized that Lionel had run in a perfectly straight line without even the slightest deviation. This realization was shocking. In order to take into consideration the larger number of participants and the relatively small arena, internal sight and abilities of the like were extremely suppressed. A normal seventh-dimensional existence would barely be able to sense around 20 meters around themselves. Someone who specialized in sensory perception could probably hit around 100 meters, and only an absolute genius in the field would be able to approach half a kilometer to a kilometer. This was only proven by the state the others were in. They were entirely focused on slowly scouting out their territory and feeling out their surroundings. The only one who had acted as Lionel had was, well, Lionel. He can't be. Many frowned. All challenges were set to the level of the seventh dimension. Lionel and Aina rushing toward the village like this and not taking a detour. It was clear and obvious. This was their goal from the very beginning. Aina swung her battle axe with a naked abandon. From the skies above, Lionel had already released his arrow. In perfect sync, her blade and his arrow descended at once. The gate was shattered into a fluttering mass of raining wood chips. By the time this happened, Lionel had already released his second arrow, and then the third. Two troll-like beasts standing at 2 meters tall appeared to the left and right of Aina instantly, each one exuding the aura of a tier 1 seventh-dimensional existence. Aina's feet pivoted, her hips torquing as he battle-axe descended from the skies and toward the head of the first. Lionel's arrow appeared in that instant. Their forces resonated and the attack's strength suddenly exploded forth. The troll couldn't even react before it was split in two. The two halves of its body seemingly imploded as they were crushed to pieces by the residual strength. The blood seemed to avoid Aina entirely, almost as though it was too scared to blemish her. Her second swing flowed from the first one, and Lionel's third arrow appeared just as quickly. The two, blade and arrow, seemed to become attached to one another by mysterious force, amplifying and strengthening one another. PCHU. The second troll beast was shredded to pieces. Aina and Lionel were entirely in sync. From start to finish, not even 5 minutes passed, but the village had already been cleared. The human domain fell into silence. Chapter 1936. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:52 and 54 seconds a.m., Chapter 1936. Headquarters. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel descended from the skies, landing by Aina. The two walked into the central building of the village and found a floating cube. Lionel grabbed forward and claimed the cube. A ripple spread out. In order to summon people, you needed to kill Aina, and he had cleared about exactly 37 people, not having allowed even a single one of them to escape. However, these 37 people, or rather trolls, were also worth points. This was to say that kills could always summon people or be used as points, but points could not. Lionel gained an additional point total for claiming the village, an additional multiplier for being the first, and yet another multiplier for difficulty and speed. For this lowest level primitive village, he went from 10 points to 100 points instantly. Lionel confirmed without hesitation. This region actually wasn't all that great. It lacked resources, the trees were quite sparse, the land was dry, but he didn't seem to give a damn. He gained another 100 points for being the first to establish his headquarters. Then, without even taking a pause, he converted all of their kills to points. Calling the trolls Tier 1 existences was incorrect. Rather, it was more accurate to call them subgrade threats. The ranking system for the air wars went subgrade, bronze grade, silver grade, gold grade, air threat. The rewards were 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 respectively, not including any multipliers. Simply put, this allowed Lionel to gain an extra 370 points instantly. Like this, he now had 570 points, and he needed exactly 500 to upgrade this village from subgrade to bronze grade. No one even had time to react to his absolutely insane choice before the village flashed with a blinding light and expanded. Ready? Lionel turned to Aina. Aina nodded. She didn't seem to have shed even a single bead of sweat. The two moved at once, and then appeared on the growing walls of the now bronze-grade village. Rather than being formed of the bundles of wood, they instead became strong mud walls dug into deep trenches. But at that moment, enemies began to appear over the horizon, charging over. Every one of them was a bronze-grade threat. However, to even more surprise, rather than working together like they had before, Lionel and Aina separated, Lionel taking the north and Aina taking the south. Aina appeared by the pile of 37 troll bits and pieces. With a raise of her hand, the blood rose into the skies and began to burn with a blinding light. At that moment, all the energy and potential the trolls had ever had were forced out all at once, 37 phantoms appearing to her back. At the same time, without even looking, Lionel raised his own hands, the souls of the trolls being plucked out of the air outside of their control. In that instant, the king and queen duo had turned 37 subgrade threats into 74. To make matters more shocking, in Aina's hands, although they would only last a short while, they could now output bronze-grade strength with explosive power. Silence reigned. Watching two six-dimensional existences treat bronze-grade threats as though meat to a grinder was something that was difficult to comment on. The thoughts had gone from believing that Lionel must be suicidal to suddenly choking on air. After seeing this, however, the tension in the hearts of the Morales ancestor slowly vanished. If things were like this, then there truly was no need to worry any longer. All they had to do was lean back and watch the show. It was a bit amusing watching a Morales heir use the bow so efficiently. Just glancing at the sternness on the faces of the Constellation Bow Alliance, Ancestor Alvaro couldn't help but burst out into laughter, breaking the silence. Look at your face, Mito. Did you eat a pile of shit on the way here? Ancestor Mito's expression darkened, but he didn't say a single thing. Thinking about the fact the white lion bow was in Lionel's hands, how could his expression not be like this? A Morales who didn't even care to use the spear. How unlucky. You're laughing too early, Mito sneered. The bronze-grade trial was wiped clean. The death total this time was 121, instantly giving Lionel and Aina 12 100 points instantly. If it was up to Lionel, he would upgrade to silver grade instantly, but unfortunately the price for an upgrade was 50,000 points this time, a huge leap. It was clear that the bronze grade was a gimme. The rest would be far more difficult. Even so, Lionel had clearly already expected this. The rate for exchange was simple. People were exchanged with kills, and as for items you had placed within the exchange ahead of time, they were graded on the same scale. Luckily, because they were your items, they were on a discount. Subgrade items only cost 1 point, bronze grade only cost 10 points, so on and so forth. Air grade items were an umbrella grade for all top-tier treasures that fell off of the scale. This would include the segmented cube and other things. The issue with this system was that when you summoned your people in exchange for points, you would also have to trade for their items. If you had trade for your treasures and that of your thousands of subordinates, just how many points would you have to waste just outfitting your people with the capability for combat? The answer was too much. However, there was a very obvious loophole. All raw materials were counted as subgrade regardless of their true, in real-life grade up to 100 kilograms. Lionel spent 10,000 points and summoned the segmented cube. With a flash of light, it descended from the skies. Then, using every bit of his remaining 2,170 points, he traded for just as many materials. All materials used in the trials had to be registered ahead of time, whether that was people or raw materials. As such, hiding items wasn't allowed. However, using the lab setting of the segmented cube to use these raw materials to church out treasures was very much allowed. And setting the blueprint for these treasures before the Air Wars so that he didn't have to waste time crafting for himself right now was also very much allowed. Lionel tossed the raw materials into the segmented cube and left the rest to Anastasia. Taking Anna's hand, they walked into the center of the bronze grade village again. It looked much different this time. Rather than a dilapidated hut, it was a somewhat simple hall. Lionel made it to the center and looked at the rotating cube again. There was another reason he forced the upgrade ahead of time, and that was because of the unique property of territory at the bronze grade and above, a territory map. Even Lionel's internal sight was greatly suppressed here. 10 kilometers was about his limit. But this moon had thousands of miles of circumference. It was far too inconvenient. However, a territory map gave you a perfect bird's-eye view. At the bronze grade, this range was 50 kilometers in radius, 5 times that of Lionel's current range. In that instant, all of the challenges and opportunities appeared before Lionel's eyes. It wasn't just the challenges that appeared, but also the people. Lionel's gaze was frighteningly cold. The Air Wars truly began now. Chapter 1937. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:52 and 52 seconds a.m. Chapter 1937. Mind if audio player doesn't work? Press stop, then play button again. Given that the range was just 50 kilometers, there was only 2 other individuals within range. And when Lionel saw who it was, the coldness in his eyes only increased. "They're mine," Lionel said lightly. "Indeed, it is too soon to speak." A sneer came from his side. This individual didn't speak directly to the ancestors of the Morales family. Instead, he only spoke to his own people within an organization known as the Gold Dark Organization. The Gold Dark Organization was an existence that could be considered on par with the Constellation families, or rather ranked amongst the weakest of those 12 families, but far beneath the likes of the Omen, Morales, and Suyard. They weren't often spoken about because they hadn't produced any extremely powerful geniuses since Asena, and they were generally regarded as a power on the decline. Though, this could be said to be mostly an illusion. Rather than saying they hadn't produced a powerful genius in a while, it was rather that they didn't have a participating member of the so-called Cataclysm generation. And the story behind this tied back to that so familiar name, Asena. Asena was none other than the overseer of Lionel's true selection, and yet another woman with a grudge against his father, and likewise his mother. The one who had spoken, though, was Asena's husband, a man several times older than she was. It could be said that Asena was tragic in her own way. The only way she could have escaped such a marriage was if she had managed to entice Lionel's father, but in the end her failure to do so sealed her fate. All things considered, her husband was an exceptionally powerful man and among the very few candidates slated to become among the next batch of eighth-dimensional existences, a man who went by Bumman. However, he was a jealous man. As such, after Asena's elders co-signed their marriage, Asena was forced to give up pretty much everything. Asena, as a result, was thrust into the role of swollen-foot pregnant wife much earlier than the others of her generation. She was pulled out of the Void Palace under the pretext of a mission and didn't return until after she had given birth twice. Of course, these were against the rules of the Void Palace, But these were sorts of matters that were easily swept under the rug if done cleverly enough. Rearing a child was one matter, but giving birth to them only took a handful of years. The trouble was that Velasco had no care for these rules and couldn't be bothered to circumvent them properly, leading to head-butting with the void palace top brass. Due to the fact Arsena was forced into such a thing so early on, not only was she resentful as her potential was cut short, but her children didn't quite match the ages of the Cataclysm generation. They were too old to be part of the Cataclysm generation, but too young to be part of her generation. This led to them being relatively obscure, something that left the Goldark organization, Bamoon, and her quite dissatisfied. These air wars were a perfect opportunity, and even better than that, their two sons had landed right within Lionel's range. "Those two brats are decent," Ancestor Mito said with a sneer. If that brat was smart, he would avoid them for as long as possible. But I doubt hell have a choice like that. The commotion he caused in clearing the Bronze Grade Challenge was far too much. Bamoon's gaze blazed. His hatred for Velasco was great, and he knew well that while it seemed like his wife hated him as well, it was a resentment that stemmed from a completely different feeling. Seeing Velasco's son lose to his own would be the ultimate retribution, a sign to Arsena that their union had always been the right one. Arsena's own gaze blazed with a similar ill intent, almost leaning over the side of their flagship just to get a closer look. It was then that, to everyone's surprise, the moment Lionel glanced at the two on the territory map, he flickered and vanished. Lionel's speed was unconscious. He moved even faster than he had before, his speed making the elders on the outside fall into complete silence. His figure flashed, then flashed again. He crossed the 50-kilometer distance in not even half a minute, booming shrieks of shattering sound barriers echoing out from behind him. At the same time, Aina had made her own move, but rather than moving with Lionel, she had targeted the first challenge within their territory, mapping out the path between three of them before setting off. The pair of Goldark brothers had been making their way toward the commotion, cautiously paying attention to their surroundings so that they wouldn't miss any hidden dangers or challenges. However, what neither of them had expected was to run into their first contestant. The two hadn't done much since entering. They had only cleared a single challenge and had been biding their time until they sensed Lionel and Aina's upgrade challenge and began to move in this direction. However, the two didn't know what an upgrade challenge would be like just yet, so they had yet to confirm. Plus, it was so early on that they didn't believe that anyone would be undergoing such a challenge already. Before they could tell what was happening, though, someone had already appeared over the horizon. The two instantly recognized Lionel and looked toward one another. The faint excitement and eagerness in their eyes was clear. "He's mine. Fuck off, he's mine." The two didn't get to finish their little song and dance, nor did they have the time to think of why Lionel was alone rather than with his partner. Lionel unleashed a roar, 3 sapphire blue vital star 4 stars appearing to his back as his body erupted with a bronze aura. His halo expanded and descended down the length of his body, revealing a divine armor of jade green and pearly white that exuded a vitality that caused even the cracked and dried grounds in the surroundings to grow rapidly. The final piece of his armor had just clinked into place when he appeared before the two, dense blue, nebulae-like fog coming from the vents of his divine armor. All at once, the Morales family ancestors and elders stood to their feet. Sorry for the uber-late chapters, everyone. Hectic 2 months ahead, like I've said previously. Chapter 2 coming ASAP. Chapter 1938. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:52 and 50 seconds a.m. Chapter 1938. Goldark if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel punched out with the momentum of the world to his back. The Goldark brothers reacted instantly, setting aside their disagreement and punching out in unison to meet Lionel's. Their fists never even connected. The sheer pressure of Lionel's punch snapped their wrists and broke their forearms in 3. Pain twisted their features as they were blown backward. Lionel reached out a palm to his side, forming a spear of emulation star force, bronze aura, and ethereal star force. The two brothers spiraled through the air, their hearts leaping into their throats. As geniuses of the Void Palace, they made their decision instantly. They had to bring out everything. They roared in unison, their skin beginning to glow with a dark gold glow as a twin pair of dark golden rivers took shape. The manifestation of the gold dark lineage factor roared like snaking dragons, the crashing waves causing the ground to rumble. The two coated their broken arms in a layer of this molten dark gold and landed heavily on the ground at once. They hadn't been able to trade for their weapons after completing just a single challenge. Even so, they quickly formed a saber for each one of them, manipulating their dark gold rivers. Almost the instant they finished, their eyes widened. Despite their fast reactions, Lionel's spear was already before them. They both crossed their sabers across their bodies. Clang! Clang! Their sabers exploded on contact, the integrity of their odd molten force completely unable to hold up. Their arms were flung to the side of their bodies, parried away, and completely exposing their chests. With a step, Lionel appeared above them. The two could barely see his eyes through the visor of his armor, but they felt a strong tide of helplessness take hold of their hearts. The tip of Lionel's spear trembled just once, and he pierced downward. PCHU! PCHU! Two throats were skewered through. Lionel didn't show the slightest hesitation, not the slightest hint of mercy, not the slightest pause. He had already given his warning. From this moment onward, every contestant that crossed his path would taste his blade. Since they dared to ignore his threat, he would show them the consequences for doing so. He landed on the aura, billowing vital star force jetting out in all directions. A towering pressure exuded from him, one that the human domain would maybe never forget. The first geniuses had fallen so soon. It suddenly dawned on them that this would truly be a bloodbath. No! Arsena shrieked. She nearly flew down from the railing toward the glass cube, as though she would be able to enter the air war ground like this. If it wasn't because Bamun caught her and held her back, she may very well have succeeded. However, in return for such a thing, Arsena seemed to have completely lost her mind, lashing out at Bamun with what could only be said to be an intent to kill. She lashed out with everything she had, and Bamun's clothing was matted in blood instantly. Although he wasn't anywhere near dead, or even threatened, as an expert deep within the seventh dimension herself, if Arsena wanted, she could definitely cause harm to him. Bamun's expression was already dark, but seeing that Arsena didn't seem to have any intention of stopping anytime soon, he only became gloomier. At that moment, an ancestor of the Gold Dark organization stepped forward, tapping the back of Arsena's neck. Her vision went white and she collapsed, but her shrieks still echoed in the silence. The divine armor. Life grade. The Morales ancestors couldn't take their lives off of it. To put this ridiculous matter into context, the only people in their family that had life-grade divine armors were them. Only ancestors who had stepped into the 8th dimension could possibly have such a thing. The only person who had formed a life-grade divine armor at the 7th dimension was Velasco. He was the one and only anomaly. There had never been another. He was the first and last. However, Lionel was in the 6th dimension. If others could just forge your divine armor for you, this wouldn't be so surprising. They would all just assume that Velasco had been a madman and forged Lionel's divine armors for him. In that case, what would be impressive wasn't Lionel's skill, but rather the fact that his body could withstand a life-grade divine armor in the first place. However, in order to fuse with a divine armor, one had to have intimate familiarity with it. This was why you had to forge your own divine armor. Even if you could fuse with a supremely powerful divine armor, whether or not you could control it and have the stamina to summon it in the first place was a completely different matter. In truth, Lionel wasn't even aware of this. If he was, he would have known that his father's suggestion to fuse evolution ores into his divine armor was completely insane. That was because all this time, Lionel had to sustain a divine armor a dimensional level above his own. What these ancestors didn't know was that this was only the tip of the iceberg. This was just one of Lionel's 3 divine armors, and it also happened to be the weakest one by no small measure. Even so, they were so shocked by the divine armor that they didn't even take notice of the 3 blue stars until several moments later. Those stars, why do I sense the aura of the heavenly body realm? This brat sure has a lot of secrets. Before they could discuss any more, the agitation of the crowd couldn't seem to be held back any longer. The Morales family is too vicious, Ancestor Goldark said slowly, but with power. Alvaro and the others turned over with a sneer, but before they could say anything, Lionel's voice echoed. The atmosphere froze. How didn't Lionel's voice reach them so clearly through so many layers of dream force? Ancestor Hito, who was resting his eyes by the side, suddenly sat up, his wrinkles smoothing out as his eyes brightened. However many come is as many as you will lose. Chapter 1939. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:50 and 51 seconds a.m. Chapter 1939. Final challenge: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel seemed to stare into each one of their souls as he spoke. His eyes were almost entirely invisible beneath his visor, and yet just as piercing. The Morales might have been the first to notice, but one after another, the sharp senses of the other ancestors caught up, and they also realized that Lionel was, in fact, wearing a life-grade divine armor. Their pupils constricted one by one, their hearts freezing over. He wasn't just as monstrous as his father, he was a step beyond. No matter how big of a fuss the 4 great families made over bloodlines, it was simply impossible to guarantee the talent of an offspring. More often, what was important was having a large pool of descendants with a similar concentration of blood. By maximizing the number of such individuals, you would always be bound to have talented disciples. This was why, despite the fact Nana wasn't from a strong family branch of the Aderna, she was still given the treatment of one of their supreme geniuses. Even those families had a limit to their nepotism and disdain for those of lower stature, although said limit didn't extend beyond those with the same eye and hair color as them. This was all to say that the power of the parents didn't always guarantee the power of the child. Although there was a correlation, the more powerful the parent, the less likely the child would be able to reach their level even when given sufficient time and more than enough resources. If such a thing was guaranteed, who would have dared to look down on Lionel? They would have all treated him like a little monster they needed to veer away from. However, not only was this unlikely, Lionel's mother was an unknown variable that could very easily result in a lower bloodline overall. There is also one more matter, the key to all of this. The Velasco line had already produced 3 such geniuses in quick succession. Although Montez was considered to be a tier below Velasco and Cynthia, he was still someone that wasn't to be trifled with. Then there was Velasco himself, and more importantly, the father of the 2 of them. The odds that this would continue and produce another genius in Lionel should have been next to zero. Every family line went through peaks and troughs. One could just indefinitely extend into infinity. And yet, that seemed to be exactly what had happened here. They had made a mistake. Lionel flicked his wrist, dispersing his spear and allowing his divine armor to sink into his body. He looked down at the 2 corpses before him, and his gaze flickered. With a swipe of his hand, he stored the 2 kills they represented, but didn't use them immediately. He seemed to have other thoughts in mind. In addition, he gained an additional 1,000 points. Unlike the Spear Domain Tribulation, after kills in the Air Wars, Lionel gained the points or progress of his fallen enemies in this regard. These 1,000 points should have been from the challenge that the 2 had cleared, but they had stored it rather than using it on anything. Lionel assumed that many who entered without a plan would make this sort of choice, but in his eyes, it was the epitome of foolishness. It was akin to sealing away hard cash in a safe in your basement, rather than properly investing it. As the Air Wars continued, the value of your points would only continue to plummet. The only thing that would maintain the same value were kill exchanges. The points you had now would never be worth as much again, So hoarding them, waiting for some perfect pie in the sky moment was nothing short of foolish. After this, Lionel shot back toward the Bronze Grade village. He had already memorized the map and knew where all the challenges were, so returning wasn't a pressing need or so many thoughts. But he had his own reasons. Lionel immediately swapped in the 1,000 points he had just gained for more raw materials and tossed them all to Anastasia. At that moment, Aina had displayed her own speed, already returning with 3 challenges completed. She appeared before Lionel in a flicker and began speaking without delay. 2 challenges were a simple battle with a Bronze Grade threat. Both gave 1,000 points each, 10 times more than what you would receive for battling them in the wild and killing them there. However, they don't count for a kill, so they can't be used to exchange for subordinates. Lionel nodded and let Aina continue. The final challenge was a city upgrade challenge. It allows us to double the size of our territory and gain silver grade walls without upgrading to the silver grade first. I didn't challenge it because it would take me too long to finish on my own, not worth it unless we do it together. Lionel nodded again. Then, he took the 2,000 points Aina had come with and exchanged them for yet more raw materials. Let's go, that's a worthwhile challenge. Aina was already moving. Lionel swiftly appeared by her side, the two shooting through their territory with great speed. Soon, up ahead, the two saw a floating glass orb. Within it, there was a floating wall of what looked like concrete, a silver grade upgrade. However, it was likewise a silver grade difficulty challenge. Without hesitation, the two entered together, appearing before a village with silver grade walls but bronze grade threats. With a tacit understanding, Lionel leapt into the air and brandished his bow, while Aina rushed forward with the axe he had created for her out of emulation spatial force. They both took a deep breath at the same time and suddenly roared, a heavenly resonance of force forming between the two. Lionel's gaze sharpened as he pulled his bowstring back. One arrow to connect the earth and skies. He released, a streaking heat piercing down and leaving a blinding pillar of golden light in its wake. Chapter 1940. Published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:50 and 50 seconds a.m. Chapter 1940. Well-oiled. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel and Aina swiftly swept through the challenge once the gates collapsed. Although they didn't gain any kill exchanges, the value of the rewards weren't to be scoffed out. Having silver grade walls ahead of time meant that they could access wall upgrade ahead of time, which meant they could form a half-step gold grade wall before even facing the silver grade upgrade challenge. But to Lionel, this was less important than the doubling in territory size. Although it was said to be double, mathematically, it was much more than that. Increasing the radius of their territory from 50 kilometers to 100 kilometers meant that so much more would be within range. The two split up. Lionel returned to the village to use the upgrades they had gained, while Aina had set her sights on the last 3 challenges that were within their current territories. Upon returning, Lionel used the upgrades. The village ones expanded, grew taller and much thicker. At the same time, they changed from mud walls to walls built with thick cement blocks, rising to just over 10 meters in height. Lionel began to go through the upgrades one by one, adjusting his calculations. His pupils flickered back and forth, and he went through an obscene amount of information in just a few seconds. Unfortunately, not all of the rules of the Air Wars were known in full detail ahead of time. Well, the rules themselves were, but some small details like these and upgrades weren't hashed out ahead of time. Otherwise, Lionel would have long memorized them and not even wasted time. Most valuable upgrades are double height, double thickness, and the addition of a moat. Of these, the moat is most important because this region has no water whatsoever and the land is especially dry. It's also very flat and doesn't have many terrain advantages. One might wonder why Lionel was worrying about water. At this stage, he could last months even without food, water, or sleep. Normally, anyway. Unfortunately, much like how he felt the need to sleep regularly in the Cataclysm Zone, this region had an added suppression that forced others into a similar state. Soon, food and the like would become necessary. For now, the speed of choosing a barren land trumped the future potential troubles that it could bring. However, this wouldn't last forever, so Lionel was already thinking of methods to deal with the issue. And, as he had deduced, because of the gamified nature of the air wars, there would be plenty of methods of dealing with this. The total needed for these upgrades is about 20,000, plus what we'll need for the silver grade upgrade, and that places our needs at around 70,000 points right now. There's no easy way to gather that quickly. We'll have to change our strategy after clearing out the region and look for some dungeons or bosses. If we're lucky, silver grade challenges were rare at the start of the air wars. The only way to get them to appear and thus gain more points per challenge was to upgrade to a silver grade territory or to explore the wilderness and hope you stumbled across one by luck. Lionel wouldn't waste time on the second, and the first was obviously out of reach due to the lack of points for a silver grade upgrade to begin with. So, everything came full circle. Lionel shifted his attention from the upgrade list and scanned the new territory map. Excellent. With a flicker, Lionel vanished and used the same strategy as Aina. He picked out 3 challenges and carved out a path between them. He would start with the simple ones first and leave the more complex ones to last. If the more complex challenges could be completed quickly by him alone, he would move forward and do so. If it required the 2 of them, he would return to the territory and work together with Aina to clear the challenge. If the both of them ran into such a challenge, they would clear both before rinsing and repeating. The silence in the human domain while watching this scene was palpable. Lionel and Aina's movements weren't even the most entertaining, but they were so precise and well-oiled that it was suffocating in its own right. In just half a day, the 2 had cleared 24 challenges while the next closest group didn't even have a dozen, despite the fact many were working in groups larger than just a pair by now. Lionel and Aina were supposedly the weakest. They were in the smallest group, and yet they were leagued beyond. After all the challenges in their territory were cleared, Lionel and Aina gained 22,000 points and several other rewards. The many rewards were mostly related to territory upgrades, including irrigation systems, farms, carefully bred animals, and the like. Lionel's favorite, however, were the 3 outposts they had gained. Outposts could be placed on the outskirts of their territory, and they gain an additional 10 kilometers of range to their territory map. Lionel planted 2 and took the 3rd with him as he and Aina headed toward the final challenge within their territory. As for the points, rather than using it on the village, Lionel used 10,000 to trade for Aina's battle axe, and another 10,000 to trade for the White Lion bow, and finally the remaining 2,000 points on more raw materials. The members of the Constellation Bow Alliance could only seethe when they saw this. There was nothing they could do. Ancestor Mito's gaze turned malevolent, but he calmed himself. Soon, the bow would return to where it was meant to be. Now that he had brought it out and set such a challenge, it was only a matter of time. Nearby the dungeon Lionel and Aina were headed toward, 3 members of the Constellation Bow Alliance had already appeared and scouted out before preparing to return with the information to the main group. But how could Lionel not know what was happening within his own territory? Chapter 1941, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:08 and 25 seconds p.m. Chapter 1941. Long lost if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again Lionel and Aina's appearance caught the attention of the 3 archers almost instantly. As bowmen, it wasn't a surprise that they had sharp vision. However, what they didn't know was that compared to Lionel, their sight wasn't worth much at all. Although Lionel hadn't magically gained the Bow domain lineage factor after becoming a Bow sovereign, as the 2 existences seemed to be separate, the bits and pieces of it that he did have were perfectly intact, and his deeper comprehension of Bow force seemed to have a positive impact on them. Since he knew their location, he had maintained an eye on them from the moment he and Aina left their village for the final time. The eyes of the 3 narrowed. They were only scouts of the Constellation Bow Alliance. Their only job was to scout the region and find challenges. If they could be cleared, they would do so and return with the rewards. If they couldn't be cleared, they would return with a report. Given that this was a dungeon, it had to be reported no matter what. It was of the silver grade and had a 4-person entry specification, but they only had 3. They were supposed to mimic the zones a real territory would have to deal with in real life, albeit more streamlined and less involved. The 3 looked toward one another and seemed to make the decision at the same time. There was no other choice. The moment they saw the white lion bow in Lionel's hands, there was always only a single choice. However, they didn't seem to have realized that the choice was never theirs to begin with. Aina seemed to flicker and vanished. All 3 reacted extremely quickly, pulling out their bows. However, maybe the greatest weakness for the archers in the air wars was that they couldn't bring their normal set of arrows with them. They had no choice but to use force in place of them. What they hadn't expected, though, was for their bow force to suddenly stop responding to them at all. They pulled their bowstrings back, ready to attack, only to realize that absolutely nothing appeared. Their bow force fizzled out like the last fumes of a dying flame. They were so shocked that they almost couldn't react in time to Aina appearing in their midst, swinging her battle axe with a moment of a dying sun. Crimson force blazed, their blood boiled out of their control, and fear took hold of their throats. All 3 of them placed their bows out in an attempt to block, but Aina with her battle axe seemed to be on an entirely different level. Whether it was their bows or their bodies, they didn't last even a single strike. All 3 of them found their bodies severed at the waist, their eyes still widened in shock even as they dimmed. Lionel appeared to Aina's side, looking down coldly. Trying to use bow force in his presence? Wasn't that too foolish? With a thought, Lionel planted the 3rd outpost 10 kilometers out from the dungeon and returned swiftly. After this, he placed a hand over the 3 and extracted their souls, just like he had for every other. But rather than using them, he simply stored them without the intent to use them. After a moment, 3 kill exchanges appeared in the form of 3 red orbs. This time, Lionel didn't ignore them and immediately used all 3. James, Imna, and Alan appeared. Even after landing, the 3 didn't say anything, waiting for Lionel's orders. Alan, this is yours. Lionel brought forward a rail gun, an enormous one with a barrel that must have been at least 3 meters long. However, any engineer who had ever seen such a thing would notice the decided lack of engineering. In fact, it was overly simple, but that was because it could be. The magnetic ability index that would make it run would all come from Alan. There's an output 10 kilometers from here in that direction. It has the ability to sense anything within 10 kilometers of it. Any enemy that appears is yours to handle. Alan looked down at the railgun. It looked under-engineered, but the number of force arts backed into it that could help his accuracy and sight were mind-numbing. He was the only one of Lionel's brothers who had followed the Force Crafter's path, so he knew well what he was seeing. "Leave it to me," Alan said lightly, accepting another small device from Lionel. He raised one hand, and the railgun raised into the air under a mysterious magnetic force. With a jump, he landed on the enormous mechanism's back and shot into the distance with wind-tearing speed. Lionel nodded and turned toward James and Emna. "The 2 of you head out." Lionel tossed a pair of devices toward the 2. The segmented cube hadn't been working all this time for nothing. Clear as many challenges as you can, kill as many as you can. If you find any other territories in the surroundings aside from in that direction, report back to me. The direction Lionel pointed to was the direction Alan had gone in. That was the direction he speculated the 3 Constellation Bow Alliance members had come from, and that should be where the rest of the number lied. It wasn't that Lionel was scared Emna and James couldn't deal with them. It was instead a waste of resources because he alone was enough. Emna nodded. Working alone was what she did best. As for James, he too had gotten used to lone missions. At the same time, these 2 were among the 2 strongest under Lionel's charge. He could trust them to protect themselves and work alone. In addition, Emna and James were 2 who didn't need weapons to be exchanged for them. Emna's weapon was her body, and James had always relied on his energy shield ability index. They were the perfect 2 to bring out first. After a short exchange, Emna and James picked 2 different directions and rushed off. Lionel looked toward Aina and nodded. The two rushed into the dungeon together. From start to finish, the exchange had taken not even a single minute. Even now, as he pulled the distance between himself and others further and further, Lionel didn't have the time to waste. Well, there was one small moment of time wasted, and that was when he looked up into the skies with a cold glint in his eyes. He didn't need to say it again, as his previous words were only continuously echoing in their ears by now. The Constellation Bow Alliance ancestors had all stood to their feet, their fists clenched and their hearts stuck in their throats. If they had denied it before, there was no denying it now. They had hoped it to be a trick of the eye, a combination of bow force and light force, maybe the influence of a spear domain ring, but now there was nothing before them and the truth. How? How did Lionel have access to that level of bow force? That long-lost bow force? That bow force no human had had access to since the loss of the bow domain ring. Chapter 1942, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 and 48 seconds p.m. Chapter 1942. Earth Dragon. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel and Aina sped into the dungeon. Dark cave walls loomed over them, and an almost suffocating stench of earth filled their nostrils. The dampness and humidity made it difficult to breathe, the ventilation of the dungeon not seeming great at all. Lionel could immediately tell that their target weren't humans. However, he didn't seem capable of pinpointing the exact race either, something that made him narrow his eyes. It seemed that Ancestor Hito had gone out of his way to pick more obscure targets just for the sake of maintaining the usual randomness associated with zones. First, there were the trolls they had faced earlier while claiming the village. Now this. Thick earthy smell, high humidity, low visibility. Lionel thought of several possibilities before he narrowed it down to one. 76% possibility this is an Earth Dragon den. Earth Dragon, while was the official name of this species, wasn't to be taken literally. Most accurately, they were a type of Earth affinity centipede with the legendary ferociousness of dragons, and they were notoriously difficult to handle. They were adept at causing land fissures and earthquakes. They could easily collapse a cave of this caliber, and they could chew through most metals as though they were nothing but thin films of paper. In addition to this, they could hold their breath for weeks at a time, even as newborns, and their body temperatures ran so hot that their roars gave off the illusion of fire breath. In reality, though, it was just that their digestive system was so powerful after countless evolution cycles of burrowing through the earth that if they opened their mouths up to the world, everything in their path would be scorched. The good news was that Lionel had an excellent earth force affinity that could somewhat counter these beasts. The bad news, however, was that their breath had nothing to do with fire force despite the heat, making it difficult for him to counter unless he had some sort of cooling measure. Of course, Lionel would still be resistant to the heat itself, but there was little he could do from an actual preventative standpoint. In addition, even his Earth Force affinity might not prove to be as beneficial as one might hope, because the Earth Dragons were less focused on manipulating Earth as opposed to devouring it. Earth Dragons, Lionel said lightly. Aina didn't need any more explanations after this. While it had seemed that the two had been in here for a long while already, the reality was that they had only taken a single step. Before their second steps even landed, Lionel had already spoken his conclusion. His mind was simply that fast. In response, their roles shifted. Rather than taking the vanguard, Aina fell back and allowed Lionel to cross in front of her. She strapped her battle axe to her back and took out a twin pair of silk cloths that danced up her wrists and forearms as though they had minds of their own. At the same time, two gourds she had by her waist opened up, and large amounts of blood began to pool out from her sides. At the same time, Lionel's body glowed with an earthly, menacing air. A 3-meter tall panda construct took form around him, but just as quickly as it appeared, a divine armor appeared and slid into place. By the time Lionel had taken his fifth step into the cave, an enormous 3-headed, 6-armed, armor-covered behemoth had begun to stomp forward. Lionel's new comprehensions in Earth Force hadn't just come with mental changes, they also manifested physically. For example, he could now use his dark gold panda construct and his divine armors at the same time. Earth Force was an extension of his life. His panda construct was just as much a part of his as his divine armors were. Why did they have to be used separately? Lionel unleashed a roar as his 3 vital stars appeared at his back. Aina was completely obscured, but that was exactly the point. He stomped down on the ground once, and the earth trembled. The earth dragons had yet to be alerted, as they had hardly moved very far into the cave. In fact, it was only now that the entrance vanished behind them, locking them into seeing this dungeon all the way through. But before that, the two took the initiative. Lionel's 6 arms punched into the ground beneath him, roaring as he lifted as though he wouldn't be satisfied until the whole world was above his head. However, it very quickly became obvious that this wasn't a piece of earth at all, and what Lionel had grabbed was actually the head of an enormous beast that must have been at least 20 meters long. Even so, Aina didn't seem surprised. She reacted just as quickly, the twin silk cloths on her wrists suddenly becoming coated by blood as she launched them both forward. The head of the earth dragon was pierced through, and its blood was quickly drained. Lionel tossed it to the side and charged forward. He punched walls, ceiling, and the ground. Every time he did, he ripped out another earth dragon, stunning them into place while Aina finished the job. Despite the fact that this wasn't the normal mode of their teamwork, their efficiency was no less great. With a combination of his Earth Force affinity and sensory abilities, Lionel was able to find the Earth Dragon before they could launch their usual sneak attacks. At the same time, he clamped their mouths shut, stopping them from using their strongest ability while also crushing the antennas that worked as their sensory organs. When that was done, it was child's play for Aina to sever their lives, and it only got easier and easier as she accumulated more and more of their powerful blood. They tore through the levels of the dungeon and eventually reached the final ground floor. Steam billowed toward their faces, the sheer heat making what should have been the hard ground around them feeling gooey and soft to the touch. Every step they took left another sizzle as an earth dragon that must have been at least 50 meters tall snaked into the air, its hundreds of legs shimmering like steel blades. Chapter 1943, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 and 28 seconds p.m. Chapter 1943. 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again PCHU. Lionel roared, grabbing 2 sides of a large wound Aina had caused in the boss Earth Dragon's head with all 6 hands. Vital star force rushed out from his divine armor as he flexed, pulling with all the force he could muster. Blood and bone flew as the Earth Dragon was torn in 2 from head-tail. Bang! Lionel landed heavily on the almost molten ground, exhaling a breath with a sharp and cold gaze. He dispersed his panda construct and his divine armor, his breath turbid and steaming. Aina appeared by his side, and he placed a hand on her shoulder, causing a bubble of cool air to descend and envelop her. The steam increased, but Lionel had already moved forward, reaching the final altar of the dungeon and waving a hand. Lionel waved another hand, accepting the rewards. For a dungeon like this one, a perfect clear condition would probably relate to clearing all of the Earth Dragons in addition to finishing within a certain time. This was a silver grade dungeon, so although the clear reward was air grade, it probably wouldn't be too exaggerated. The reward was twofold. The first was the point reward, which was 270,000 points. The second reward was a one-time use item that came in the form of a glass orb with the phantom of an Earth Dragon within it. From Lionel's understanding, it was a terrain shift reward. He could change one thing about the landscape of his territory within certain limits. He did a few calculations in his head when he saw this, comparing and contrasting his ideas with the limitations stipulated in the fine print. After a moment, he nodded to himself. It was feasible, though only in part. What was more important, though, was the added effect that came with implementing this change in the first place. The shaking of the earth that supplemented the change could be both a negative and a positive, depending on how it was used. Lionel thought of some possibilities before storing it away. With a nod toward Aina, the two left the dungeon together. "Where is it, Alvaro? Explain yourself." The fury of the Constellation Bow Alliance ancestors seemed to have reached a fever pitch. The only conclusion they could come to after all this time was that the Morales family had somehow gotten their hands on the Bow Domain ring. Nothing else seemed to make sense to them. They had never heard of the so-called sovereign moniker, at least not in regards to weapons. This was a relatively new concept that had only been introduced by some who had heard of it in the Cataclysm Zone. This conclusion seemed to make sense to them as well. Velasco spent a lot of time venturing outside of the human domain. If there was anyone who could reclaim that treasure under their noses, it was him. And if he had done so, who else would he give it to if not Lionel? Wouldn't that also explain why the White Lion, Bow, had never followed any one of them, but so obediently followed Lionel? The truth was that the Bow didn't listen even to Lionel's mother. She had given Lionel the Bow hoping that it would acknowledge him in the future, and it was a surprise to her that it did so immediately. If even Eleanor, who probably believed in Lionel the most of anyone in existence, was so surprised, how could the Constellation Bow Alliance possibly accept it with open hearts? In the moment, it felt like they had finally gained an explanation for something that had been tearing into their souls for the longest time. The Morales ancestors frowned, not quite knowing what Ancestor Mito and the others were even referring to. It seemed that every action Lionel took only increased the tensions and the surroundings further. First, Ancestor Goldark accused them of being far too ruthless, and now Ancestor Mito and the others of the Constellation Bow Alliance were up in arms. Don't pretend to be ignorant. The Bow Domain ring. Where is it? The eyes of the Morales ancestors flashed. Was this what they were talking about? They put together the vanishing Bow Force and the golden Bow Force Lionel used, and understood why they had reached such a conclusion. But the result of them comprehending this was them bursting into a fit of laughter. It was uproarious, arrogant, and filled with complete disregard and unfeeling, uncaring derision. Ancestor Mito was so furious that steam truly began to come out of the top of his head. One would have thought that this was a ridiculous exaggeration of an old-school cartoon. However, the bodies of such experts could react with just as much exaggeration. When an eighth-dimensional existence was enraged, the environment had no choice but to react. "Let me ask you something, Mito," Alvaro's voice boomed. "Even if the Morales family had gotten its hands on the Bow Domain ring, what would it have to do with your alliance?" The booming shockwave of Alvaro's voice drowned out the voices of rage, his own malevolent expression seemingly not losing out in the slightest. It seemed that he wanted to slaughter the Constellation Bow Alliance members even more than they wanted to lay hands on him. There was nothing he abhorred more than hypocrites, and he hated weak hypocrites even more. If you're going to be hypocritical, the least you could do was not be on your hands and knees asking for handouts while you did so. Your families lost the Bow Domain ring to the spirituals all those years ago, causing the human domain to drastically weaken. Your Terrius family went from a top dog to a piece of trash with no other choice but to form an alliance in hopes of maintaining your former prestige. Now you want to come and bark in front of me. Tell you what, if you dare to take 3 spear strikes from me right this moment, I might dignify your question with an answer. Chapter 1944. Published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 and 24 seconds p.m. Chapter 1944. Kill if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Ancestor Mito was so enraged by these words that his palm flipped over to reveal a shimmering black bow. But at the same moment that he acted, Alvaro had likewise taken out his bronze spear. It looked as though this was what the latter had wanted from the very beginning. Why did those little brats get to have all the fun? He wanted to let the world see his sharpness too. Everyone, let's calm down. An ancestor by Mito's side pressed down his hand before he could raise his bow and take a step of no return. This isn't what today is about. Let the kids handle this matter. Alvaro snorted. Pretentious pricks. If they didn't feel the fire in their bellies anymore, they could just say so and off themselves. What good was pretending to be high and above it all when all it did was dull your blade? There was a reason the Morales were the strongest, and there was a reason it would stay that way. Lionel and Aina exited the cave. There was an immediate choice to be made. They had enough for a promotion to silver grade now, but there was a threat to their side, and it wouldn't be long before they realized that 3 of their own had died. This should have been a difficult choice to make, but Lionel didn't seem to pause his steps for even a moment as he shot in the direction of the village. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the loud booms to his back, Lionel still didn't turn back, continuing to run in the opposite direction with Aina. He had left that matter to Alan, and he had already calculated that Alan would be able to hold on. When this matter was concluded, their advantage would only increase further. Alan stood at the top of the outpost, his eyes sharp beneath his glasses. He held up the massive rail gun, his eyes locking onto a group in the distance as he unleashed another barrage. Before the shot even landed, his muscles flexed and his hips pivoted, swinging the railgun in a completely different direction as he unleashed another barrage. No one could seem to enter within a 10-kilometer radius of this region without being blasted to smithereens. Most managed to dodge and save their own lives. However, the first few had been greatly unlucky, losing their lives almost instantly. Lionel checked his kill exchange counter. After almost 2 hours, it had climbed to 11. This couldn't be considered too great or too small. The moment he and Aina made it back to the village, as they rushed into the central console room, Lionel began to exchange for more people. He brought out his 7 remaining brothers, in addition to Elther, Sale, Raelion, and Aphestus. When they appeared, everyone already seemed to know what they needed to do. They rushed to the walls just as Lionel exchanged 20,000 points to complete the improvement to silver grade that he had wanted. After the moat was formed, Lionel exchanged 50,000 more points and triggered the silver grade upgrade sequence. He and Aina, likewise, rushed to their positions on the wall, their gazes cold. This brat continues to overestimate himself. Mito spat coldly. His temper was only becoming more and more frayed as he watched a single Alan hold back the young geniuses of his Constellation Bow Alliance. The only thing that gave him some reprieve was the fact there was no way he would be able to hold out for long. Soon, very soon, Nazag would be alerted to this matter, and this farce would end. At the same time, this Lionel would likely bury himself under his own foolishness. There was a reason there was such a large leap in price between the bronze grade and silver grade upgrade challenges. One was supposed to have a large group of subordinates out by now, at least a few hundred. As time went on, more wild challenges were supposed to spawn, and barbarians of sorts would begin to appear in the wild, making accumulating kills and gathering more subordinates far easier. Right now, they were just at the beginning of heirs claiming their first territories. Lionel was the only one with a bronze grade territory in the first place. Being greedy and trying to push for a silver grade now was the epitome of foolishness. There were only 121 in the bronze grade wave, but there would easily be 100 times that in the silver grade wave, on top of the fact they would all be silver grade threats as opposed to bronze grade threats. Lionel had already sent away his most powerful combatants. His most powerful range specialist was tied down by the Constellation Bow Alliance. And now he was going to try and challenge a wave of thousands with just over a dozen. If this wasn't foolish, what was? Silver grade walls weren't nearly enough to offset this kind of danger. However, this wave would leave nothing more than silence. Lionel stood on the walls as the ground began to quake. Large dust clouds appeared in the distance as the sparse trees began to fall one after another. However, Lionel only calmly held his bow before him, not making a single move just yet. His gaze was the picture of perfect calmness, his hair swaying ever so gently in the wind. Menacing creatures appeared in the surroundings. They wrapped around the city, hooting and hollering, their weapons clanging. 3. The rumbling ground threatened to split as it whined and gave way. 2. Lionel could see the faces of the front line, clearly. Even if he had been in the third dimension, he would have been able to. Those menacing tusks, that dripping saliva, those blood-caked machetes. 1. Lionel tapped his waist, bringing out a small orb with a writhing earth dragon within. 0. He dropped it to the ground. The moment it collided, everything seemed to change. The city, which had been on perfectly flat ground, began to rise up. The jagged edges of a mountainous region began to take shape, the water of the moat spilling over. The ground quaked and split. What had once been the intimidation of the enemy became their nightmare. Some fell within fissures, others were crushed by falling rock, and yet others found themselves wading in waves of water coming from a moat that seemed much too deep for common sense. At that moment, Lionel took out 3 more orbs. These were none other than the 3 irrigation rewards he and Aina had gained clearing challenges. As their village rose on the back of a growing mountain, lines of rivers began to appear, flooding the region with more and more water. The creatures that weren't crushed by rock suddenly found themselves being drowned one after another. The result was absolutely devastating. By the time Lionel and the others stopped rising into the air, the army of thousands had been reduced to a few hundred. "Kill," Lionel said lightly, raising his bow. Silence fell over the human domain once more. There was nothing to be said, nothing that could be said. It was a sweeping victory. Lionel, however, didn't seem to care very much. The next order of business: crushing the Constellation Bow Alliance. Chapter 1945. Published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 and 23 seconds p.m. Chapter 1945. 10,000 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The now silver-grayed village sat atop of a mountain, hidden deep within its sharp canopies. This mountain wasn't of exaggerated size. This made sense considering it was a reward from a silver-grayed dungeon, although it was granted as the highest level prize. As such, the mountain itself was only about 500 meters tall at its greatest point, which was relatively short even for a third-dimensional world. Even so, it had become a nightmare to attack. The pathways of the mountain were a combination of crisscrossing rivers and narrow walkways. Attack in large numbers was almost impossible. It was probably easier to just try to raise the mountain to the ground first, but even getting into position to do so was a nightmare as well. Because Lionel had activated the Earth Dragon dungeon reward before the trial was completed, there was the added benefit of the silver-grade walls being reconstructed with the new terrain in mind. This might seem like a small matter, but now there was a wall that snaked around even the unpredictable terrain of the mountain, and around there was a much deeper and thicker moat. The village had become a beacon in all directions, making their location clear and obvious. But at the same time, it became a region that was near impossible to actually attack. Lionel descended from the walls and waved a hand. In this challenge, they had 138 kill exchanges. Without hesitation, he used 10,000 of them. Then, he traded in the remaining 37 silver-grade kills for 3,137,000 points, as every silver-grade kill was worth 1,000 points. The gold grade upgrade would require 500 million points to trigger, so they were still an enormous distance away. However, these 3 million or so points, added with the 200,000 points he had yet to use, weren't entirely useless either. Much like Lionel had been able to upgrade the walls after they reached the silver grade, he could now pay to upgrade other facets of the city now that it was also in the silver grade. After pouring another 50,000 or so points into the segmented cube to give it more raw materials, Lionel began to buy the upgrades he had had his eye on. By now, he had already cleared away all of the raw materials he had bought ahead of time and could outfit everyone with what they needed given another half day or so. As for the upgrades, he focused on 2 main things: more outposts and larger territory. After reaching the silver grade, the range of the city went from a radius of 50 kilometers to 100 kilometers. Lionel doubled that for 500,000 points, then doubled it again for 1,000,000 points, giving them a 400 kilometers, which was already a 100 away from the range of a gold-grade city, which was probably why he wasn't allowed to double it again. Finally, he bought the highest grade outpost that he could, spending the rest of the over 5 million swiftly. Each cost about 100,000 points each. He bought 16 and dotted them around the territory. The difference between the 50,000 point model and the 100,000 point model was nothing on paper. However, in the fine print, it made it clear that the highest upgrade was linked with the city, meaning when the city entered the gold grade, so would they. This would allow teleportation function between the outposts, making the doubled price more than worth it. Of course, for most others, they wouldn't be able to swallow this cost so early on, and by the time they wouldn't want to lag behind and waste time accumulating more points just to have upgradable outposts. Lights began to flash, and one after another, thousands of Lionel's warriors began to appear. Very quickly, it became obvious that not a single one of them was human. They were the Oryx. Much like everyone else, the moment the Oryx appeared, they were perfectly organized. They didn't say anything. They didn't waste time looking around. They simply filed themselves in an orderly line and waited as Lionel handed them their equipment one by one. Even with the sheer number of them, in just a single hour, they were already finished. Each Oryx was outfitted with their weapon and armor, shimmering with a black luster beneath the slowly setting sun. The more the elders on the outside saw, the more sure they were. Lionel had truly planned everything out from the very beginning. He had never left a single thing to chance, and his people were just as prepared as he was. Watching him as he steadily pulled away, the solemnness of the others only became more and more obvious. Lionel waved a hand and motes of force arts formed in the skies, snaking around until they formed a roaring violet-scaled dragon that soared into the skies. By his side, there was no one else but Aina, the only one worthy of standing by his side. On the ground below, Elther stood at the helm of the Oryx army, a massive black saber resting menacingly on his shoulder. Lionel's brothers and the others stood on the city walls. They wouldn't be participating in this expedition. The city had reached a point where it needed others to stay back and protect it now. However, they didn't seem worried in the slightest, and why would they be? Lionel strapped the white lion bow to his back. We move. The silence of a human domain was heavy. It felt like Lionel wasn't marching toward the Constellation Bow Alliance, but rather toward them, their own homes, their worlds, ready to snatch their hearts. Looking toward the cobbled-together resistance of the Constellation's Bow Alliance, the hearts of Ancestor Mito and the others sank. Lionel had gone from having the fewest subordinates present to suddenly having the most by far. What chance did they even stand? Ancestor Mito gripped the railings of his flagship, twisting the tough metal as though it was made of thin aluminum. Nazag, we can only rely on you. Chapter 1946, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 and 22 seconds p.m. Chapter 1946. Fireflies, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. The Constellation Bow Alliance was quite spread out. Although they had sent many, they could only enter in pairs of 2, and each family only sent a single representative. However, among the devices they prepared to exchange for once they entered, there were communication devices that would make their coming together much simpler and easier. As such, by the time the first day of the Air Wars began to wane, there were quite a number that had come together. When this number was combined with the number they had exchanged for through their kills, they were slowly approaching nearly 1,000 members. However, what was especially ridiculous was that they couldn't cross into a certain territory. In the beginning, they had only sent 1 or 2 at a time, trying to see if there was a path to sneak in. However, those that were luckier were quickly forced to retreat under a barrage. Those that were unlucky, however, directly lost their lives. The only option seemed to be to move forward with a larger group, but it was difficult to organize such a thing without a sure leader, and there was only one person who would take up such a role. As the day waned, Nazag finally appeared. A group of elites of the Terrius family followed, close behind him. They seemed to have already been outfitted with all of their equipment, and among this equipment there was what they had lacked the most: quivers and arrows. Nazag frowned when he saw the state of his people. Lionel wasn't the only one who could plan ahead. The original intention of the people of the Constellation Bow Alliance was to gather together as quickly as possible. In the meantime, Nazag would form an elite team and clear as many challenges and gather as many points as he could. In his absence, his people were meant to capture a village and then quickly clear out the territory, so that when he came with enough points, they could directly challenge the bronze grade and take a step into it as swiftly as possible. Nazag's strategy wasn't bad. Not wasting his time finding and claiming a territory maximized his skill set, and after a day, he had already accumulated several 10,000 points, and he was already close to having enough to trigger the silver grade challenge. In his estimation, by midday tomorrow, they should be firmly entrenched, and they could begin using their silver grade territory as a springboard to attack other territories, expand, and gather more wealth, resources, and points. Everything should have been perfect, but Nazag, we weren't able to clear out the entire territory. Every time we try to go in that direction, we're barraged by a long-ranged weapon. 6 of our brothers and sisters have already died trying. There's definitely another territory over there, but since the plan was to clear the region first, we couldn't make the decision alone. Nazag frowned before making a prompt decision. Everyone gather. Organize yourself. We will attack now. There's no time to waste. Nazag had a bad feeling. An enemy that could set up such a thing so quickly wasn't a joke. The fact that 6 had already fallen on just the first day was also a hard pill to swallow. There were just shy of 1,000 of them. A casualty count of 6, not even mentioning the number injured, was already too high. The Constellation Bow Alliance quickly formed up, but before they could even set out, there was a sudden shout. Leader! Leader! A large army has entered the range of our territory. Nazag's frown deepened. I didn't tell you to start the bronze grade upgrade yet. What are you doing? No. There's Dash. Before the voice could finish, the darkening skies were suddenly enveloped by a violet brilliance. Roar! A streaking arrow of fire descended from the skies. It was just a single line of red, splintering the black skies in two. Even so, it felt tiny and insignificant, until it hit the ground. Boom! The fires raged, shooting up into the skies and forming a pillar of devastation before a rain of flames fell from above, immediately turning the surroundings into a hellscape of heat and agony. Nazag's pupils constricted, and his vision sharpened, streaking across the skies until it landed on Lionel's face. His heart skipped a beat, his gaze shifting down to land on the army of 10,000. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't fathom how Lionel had already gathered so many subordinates. But even more importantly than that, how are they all wearing such armors already? All of those armors were silver grade at worst. To trade for that, it would take 100 points each, one for the armor and another for the weapon. That was 200 points per person. For 10,000 people, that was 2 million points. That was simply impossible. When Nazag saw that many of the weapons and armors were actually in the gold grade, his face went completely dark. Could it be that the Morales were cheating so boldly under the eyes of everyone? There was already no more time to think. Ready your bows. We must use our advantage while we can. Ready and aim. Fire. Nazag had already organized his people for battle. In this relatively flat and dry terrain, there weren't any obstructions to worry about. Even if their village was burning to the ground. So what? So long as they could get off 3 or 4 volleys, this battle would quickly become manageable. The Oryx were on foot, so their charging speed was relatively slow. In addition, there didn't seem to be any shield warriors, or more importantly, platoons among them. Without a collective effort to shield against their arrows, they would have to fend for themselves. That would cause their formation to collapse and make them easy pickings. Nazag thought through things swiftly and then lifted his bow, ready to fire. The first volley launched into the skies like fireflies sweeping through the night sky. But to their shock, their lights suddenly flickered and vanished as though swallowed into the belly of a black dragon. Chapter 1947. Published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 and 20 seconds p.m. Chapter 1947. Not worth anything if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again the violet dragon, snaking through the skies, suddenly whipped its tail, causing the few arrows that had been launched into the skies to snap beneath the wind pressure alone. Nazag's eyes widened in shock. His first thought, once again, was some sort of cheating. This was a world created by a Morales ancestor, after all, and it was designed to distort their senses from the very beginning. Maybe it could mess with their attacks as well. However, somewhere deep inside, Nazag knew that this wasn't the case. He raised his bow into the skies, his heartbeat slowing. After the first volley failed, leaving him and his people stunned, the Oryx were still quickly closing the gap. In just a few more moments, they would be upon them. Nazag realized that maybe the only way to salvage this situation was to kill Lionel. He's about 100 meters up and 3 kilometers away. This is a routine shot. Nazag took a breath. Reaching into his quiver, he pulled out a radiant white arrow and pulled. His bow trembled once, and ancient runes began to light up across its body. A white bow force erupted from him, spiraling around his arrow and shifting his hair like the wind. Die! Nazag released with an exhale. It whistled through the sky with a harsh sound, gathering momentum as it moved until it seemed to become 2 arrows spiraling around one another. This was Nazag's most powerful single-shot technique, at least the most powerful one he frequently used. It could be considered an excellent probing shot. His eyes narrowed as his arrow seemed to appear before Lionel in the blink of an eye. The entire world seemed to be focused on this exchange. However, Lionel's expression was indifferent and unmoved. As he stood on the back of his dragon construct, his pale violet hair shifted in the wind. The arrow appeared before his eyebrows, but just when it seemed like his head would be penetrated, exploding for all to see, the arrow suddenly crumbled. The bow force vanished, and the arrow that was left fluttered away in a rain of ash. Nazag froze, his hand trembling. Lionel looked down toward him without a word. The deep abyss of those pale violet eyes were suffocating. Despite the distance that separated them, it felt like they were face to face. As Nazag craned his neck and Lionel calmly met his gaze, the difference between them seemed all too obvious. Roar! The Oryx army crashed into the constellation Bow Alliance's formation. Realizing that their bow force had suddenly become useless, they could only use their bows as sticks, relying on their fists and legs to counter. But what good was it? Outside of Nazag and his small group that held up well, countering and killing a few Oryx against the mighty and strong bodies of the Oryx who had recently undergone hyperevolution, they stood little chance at all. Nazag's gaze turned red as his people were slaughtered. Lionel didn't seem to care to raise even a single finger. He simply looked down with the loftiness of a king. For those on the outside who had watched Lionel meticulously measure every second, ensuring that not a moment was wasted, this was a sharp contrast to his usual tactics. However, it was exactly this sharp contrast that made it all the more glaring. He was doing it on purpose. He wanted this moment to be burned into their memories. It was a message that when he spoke arrogantly, it wasn't because he did as he willed and didn't comprehend the vastness of the world. It was because he had already prepared. It was because he was already 10 steps ahead. It was because he was already confident that others could never catch up to his steps. Lionel, Nazag roared. He'll never forgive your Morales family for doing this. Lionel looked down indifferently. As smart as he was, he could tell why Nazag was saying this. He could not wrap his head around how any of this could be happening if Lionel wasn't cheating. Cheating was the only viable answer he had. Lionel did not have to acknowledge his words at all. However, at that moment, he suddenly raised a hand. The Oryx, who had flooded forward like an endless tide, came to a halt, retreating just as smoothly. They were a well-oiled machine, responding to Lionel's commands without the slightest hitch. Lionel took a step forward, fluttering down from the back of his dragon construct as his bow appeared in his hand. When he landed, the two armies had already separated, leaving a no man's land. His location was as dangerous as it could be, and yet he was unmoved by it all. He took the white lion bow off of his back, piercing it into the ground. With a wave of his hand, the bow of a fallen constellation bow alliance member shot up from the ground and snapped into his palm with a satisfying clap. Without a word, he pulled back on the bowstring, a radiant golden bow force forming. The instant Nazag saw this, his expression went from one of derision to shock and then helplessness, before it suddenly became fierce. He gripped his bow and lifted it up, roaring as he pulled back the string and released. Twang! Lionel shot an arrow at the same time, meeting Nazag's and dispelling it. Nazag shot again, but Lionel's arrow crossed the halfway mark even faster this time, colliding with its tip perfectly and shattering it. Nazag shot again and again, but every time, Lionel's arrow would meet it. It didn't seem to matter how it twisted, how it curved, or which direction it came from. The aerial assault between the two formed a net of white and gold in the skies, illuminating the dark skies. But as time passed, the golden arc quickly suppressed the white arcs. Lionel didn't move an inch, and his firing speed didn't seem to increase, and yet Nazag was quickly being suppressed and suffocated. Soon, his arrow could barely travel a few meters before they're destroyed. Then they could not even travel a meter. Then not even half a meter. Nazag pulled back his bow to fire again, but a golden arrow whizzed forward, shredding his bow apart and snapping it into two. The arrow shot into his shoulder, leaving a hold so large that half of his mangled, beating heart could still be seen. Lionel did not even look at Nazag, tossing the random bow he had picked up to the side and picking up the white lion bow. At that moment, the white lions of the bow unleashed a mighty roar that shocked the skies. It swallowed up Lionel's bow force, emitting a mightier and mightier aura until it finally unshackled the last of its chains. The aura of the gold grade crumbled, and the aura of the true life grade weapon burst forth. Lionel calmly strapped the bow to his back as Nazag looked forward, blood spilling from his mouth. "I'm not sure why you all thought you were worthy of this bow," Lionel uttered lightly. "Kill the rest of them. They're not worth anything." Roar. The oryx charged, their gazes crimson with endless fervor. It would be able to gather up subordinates who knew that their lives would be in danger, while their leader would never have to face death himself. But now it had become the burial ground so many geniuses had fallen to. I want them to be enraged. I want them to retaliate. I want them to be so infuriated that they lose all logic and reason. That way, once we step foot out of here, I can unify the human domain in a single bound. Aina's gaze flashed. She had wondered why Lionel had been so serious from the very beginning. It turned out his goal was never these air wars to begin with. Lionel was a person who took his preparation seriously, yes. He had always taken his two mantras, respect and persistence, to the absolute extreme. However, it was also because of this preparation that he tended to be lackadaisical and casual in his execution. This time it was different, though. From the moment he opened his eyes this morning, there was an unconcealed sharpness around him. Even James didn't dare to joke around at this point, and everyone had their best brought out of them. Lionel's demeanor had become like a guiding light in the dead of night. Everyone was in lockstep. They could subtly feel the kind of momentum that was brewing. This wasn't just the air wars. This was the start of the domain war. On the other side of the air war moon, most of the participants were oblivious to the looming threat. The sun was still high in the skies on this side, as it had started off in the dead of the night. The disadvantage was that claiming villages in the dark was far more difficult, as many had buffs during this time to their alertness. At the same time, there were far more creatures and barbarians spawned in the wild. However, it could be argued that these two changes actually made those who were spawned on the night half of the moon far luckier. Only Lionel had been focused on claiming a territory as quickly as possible. Most were more concerned with gathering points, clearing challenges, and completing kill exchanges. With the added number of spawn creatures that could be slaughtered, the size of groups on the night side had surpassed that of the day side. Of the 7 heirs, 4 were located on the night side, while 3 were located on Lionel's half of the moon. Adderworth had already gathered over 100 subordinates. Although this number paled in comparison to the near 1,000 that the Constellation Bow Alliance had, it had to be remembered that the Alliance had only gathered this amount because they had multiple heirs participating, while Adderworth was on his own. What was curious, though, was the fact the heir performing the best on the night side wasn't Adderworth, the first Nova, but rather the third Nova, Zavnik, who had suddenly exploded with a great potential. Almost the moment they entered, several heirs seemed to have betrayed their families, rushing towards Zavnik's location. By the end of the first day, they had already built a coalition of over 2,000. Chapter 1949, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 and 3 seconds p.m. Chapter 1949. Loopholes: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Zavnik's actions should have gotten far more praise than they did. He, almost rightfully, thought himself to be leading the pack. He had taken advantage of an obvious loophole in the rules, but taking advantage of this loophole wasn't simple. Those that participated needed to come from prominent families, and he also had to convince not just the participants themselves to follow him, but even the powerful elders behind them that following his steps was in their best interest. With the fact that the Morales family were quickly becoming the public enemy of the human domain, especially as Lionel continued his slaughter, how could such a thing be simple? In fact, it was so difficult that it bordered on impossible. Pulling this off, especially given the short time that was given, was a feat of feats. Not only had this allowed Zavnik to accumulate a large number of subordinates in the shortest period of time, but he had also claimed 3 territories already. Although they were all still at the subgrade, this was done on purpose by him. He didn't want to grab too much attention too soon. His goal was to covertly gather up enough points and resources to push all 3 territories to the silver grade by the end of the second day. By then, he would be leagues beyond anyone else. In fact, the only ones aware that he had gathered such an army beneath him already were those who were watching from the outside. From the perspective of those on the night side, everything was normal. On the day side, the 2 other heirs outside of Lionel were 5th Nova, Ramon, and 2nd Nova, Oren. Interestingly enough, Ramon had taken a very similar approach to Lionel, just much slower. When he found a village, he and his partner, Valerie, got to work. After clearing the village, work that Valerie seemed to take charge of practically alone, Ramon entered the center console of the village and brought out a workbench and a forest crafting quill. He had made the same decision as Lionel. Trading for individual treasures was too expensive. He would craft his way out. While he worked, Valerie used the territory map to find challenges and clear them quickly, even entering a dungeon on her own. This valiant woman seemed to have a spear that was unstoppable. Nothing could seem to last even a single strike, and she swept through everything she came across. By the end of the first day, they had nearly 100 subordinates as well, and each and every one was outfitted with gold-grade armors and weapons. Then, in the dead of night, they directly challenged the bronze-grade upgrade. As for Oren, his approach seemed to be the oddest of them all. He completely ignored the villages despite the fact that he had come across 2 unclaimed ones on the first day. He and his partner seemed to vanish into the shadows, making their position hard to lock on even for those watching. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact you could find whichever candidate you wanted to check on with just a thought, even they might have already lost track of him. However, it was also due to this that Oren was easy to forget, especially with all of the other fireworks. As such, many only checked on him every few hours, not having the patience to give him their full attention, and it was because of this that no one seemed to have a grasp of what he was doing. The heirs weren't the only ones of the day side. Half of the Constellation families were also present. Of them, the Leo family and the Gamine families were performing the best. The Leo family were entirely focused on the brute force method. They had placed their two best geniuses, Conan and Gunter, on the same team. Both had only recently entered the seventh dimension, but their strength made many veterans shrink, their power output splitting and trembling the earth. They had by far the smallest group at not even a dozen, but this wasn't due to their lack of kills. Outside of Lionel, Adderworth, and the cumulative efforts of Zavnik's coalition, they likely had the most. However, they had converted all of these kills directly to points, first outfitting themselves with their best weapons and armors long since prepared, and then, strangely, pairing themselves with beast companions. Beast companions fell under a unique category. They could be exchanged for using both kill exchanges or like treasures. It depended on the individual's choice. But what was interesting was the Leo family first traded in all of their kills for points, then traded for their beasts. This move was clever because the cost of their beasts was less than that of what they received for the kills. However, the question was, why would the Leo family be trading for such weak beasts to begin with? Obviously, the more talented the beast, the more it cost. For their beasts to cost so little, they couldn't be very talented at all. But when the elders on the outside saw these beasts, their eyes widened. These beasts were indeed not talented. They could even be said to be inferior. The amount of effort it would have taken to raise them to the seventh dimension simply wasn't worth the return. And yet, each and every one of them was the middle seventh dimensional tier, tier 4 at worst, tier 6 at best. Even the strongest participating heir was only at tier 2. The 100-year limit on age was devastating, and each step taken in the seventh dimension could be counted as its own watershed, let alone if you were crossing tier 3 to tier 4, or tier 6 to tier 7. These gaps were enormous. But now the Leo family had taken advantage of their own loophole in the rules to bring out such powerhouses for cheap. It was clear and obvious that they had invested a great deal. For the cost it would have taken to raise beasts of such poor talent, they could have raised dozens of geniuses with just decent talent to that level. Hundreds maybe. The approach of the Gamine family, though, was just as clever and resourceful. Chapter 1950, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 and 2 seconds p.m. Chapter 1950. Fusion if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The Leo family's methods were already excellent. While the age limit of humans was 100 years, the age limit of beasts was the exact same. If they weren't, then wouldn't that mean that these families could just send any 8th dimensional beast they had in? They had obviously planned for this long ago. Just looking at the beasts, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to live much longer than another 2 or 3 years, a price paid for such fast improvement, which was also likely why they hadn't used such methods on humans. As for the Gamine family, they paired themselves quite oddly. Usually, the Gamine family geniuses would be born in pairs. When their women released eggs, their special bloodlines, once said egg was fertilized, would cause them to split into a yin and a yang. This would produce twins that were almost identical in every aspect, but not quite identical. These twins would be the perfect battle partners and could communicate across exaggerated distances. This was why it was so weird initially that rather than pairing these yin and yang twins together, the Gamine family had sent in 2 pairs of geniuses, pairing 2 yangs and 2 yins. One pair of these twins were ones that Lionel had intimate familiarity with as they had entered the same selection village as him back then. Juan and Droit, Juan being the white-haired and dark-skinned yin twin, and Droit being the black-haired and white-skinned yang twin. However, in this case, they were separated, matching with Hewlett, a yin twin, and Druid, a yang twin. Hewlett and Druid were a pair of sisters, while Juan and Droit were a pair of brothers. The two could be considered cousins, with Hewlett and Druid being in a middle generation between the Cataclysm generation and Velasco's generation. When the 2 pairs entered, they split once again. But rather than meeting up with their partners, they picked a point and fanned out. Using their communication abilities, they built territory maps between the 2 of them larger than any city, far larger than even Lionel's one. In just a day, they had mapped out the entire day side, finding all currently occurring challenges and taking down all those nearby them. If there was a number one group in terms of challenges cleared, it was no doubt the Gamine family. The number of points they had accumulated had already long entered the hundreds of thousands, and their understanding of the situation was excellent. As for how they had done this, they used their internal sight like radars. Because they could connect while disregarding the distance, their internal sight connected like a singular line across hundreds and even thousands of kilometers. Then, by pouring their soul force to reinforce the strand of connection, they could send subtle waves into the surroundings, mapping it out like radio waves. Although the maps weren't in striking detail, they didn't need to be. This alone was enough for them to know the location of every challenge, every dungeon, and every village on an entire half of the moon. After this, they picked the most prime location on the day side, a village with the best natural resources and defenses. In addition, this was a village that started at the bronze grade from the very beginning. After claiming it, they used the kill exchanges they had gathered to gather up dozens of subordinates. Then, giving them the location of the dungeons they had already mapped out, they sent them out, only leaving a small number to protect their territory. The most shocking part about their strategy was that as they brought forward more and more of their family methods, their ability to scan the region got faster and faster, even having teams dedicated to updating them with the new spawns. Although their start was relatively slow, their efforts seemed to be quickly snowballing, and it was only increasing in speed. It was safe to say that there were others performing quite excellently, although Lionel was still in first place. If he couldn't continue pushing forward at this pace, he would be quickly surpassed before he could take advantage of the lead he currently had. But knowing Lionel, how could he allow such a thing to happen? Even as the Oryx completed the rest of the slaughter, Lionel entered the center of the subgrade village with Aina, his thoughts dancing. 500 million points was incredibly steep, and the prices beyond that would only become steeper and more exaggerated to the point that they might take years to accumulate. There was no simple method to accumulate so many points. Grinding was the only option. However, there was another path to advancement, and that was fusing cities. By combining 3 city cores of the same grade, you could trigger an upgrade challenge. The drawback was that the upgrade challenge would be more difficult as a result. The enemies would be marginally stronger and much more numerous. It would be akin to triggering 3 upgrade challenges simultaneously. Lionel had already decided that this would be his right, but the win was difficult. He simply didn't have enough subordinates, especially compared to these families who had billions of descendants per generation. As a result, he needed to not only end these air wars before they had enough time to accumulate too many kill exchanges for him to handle, he could also only have just a single large territory, because he couldn't adequately defend more than that while also maintaining pressure on his enemies. Still, the question remained, would he fuse 3 silver-grade cities? Or would he fuse 3 gold-grade cities together? Lionel shook his head. There was only one choice. With a wave of his hand, he spent all the points they had just accumulated and triggered the bronze-grade and silver-grade challenges back-to-back. With an army of 10,000 ready and prepared, they steamrolled through the both. After this, there was only one path left, and that was to find another silver-grade city core to fuse into his own. As Lionel was making his choice, the Gamine were communicating. Since they had mapped out the entire day side, they had long since found Lionel's territory, but they hadn't taken action just yet. Their original plan, after seeing how close the Constellation Bow Alliance and Lionel were, was to allow the two of them to fight it out and let them reap the rewards as they focused on other things. But very soon, they would receive news of their destruction as the scouts assigned to that region swept through once more. Chapter 1951, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 and 2 seconds p.m. Chapter 1951. 20% if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The Constellation Bow Alliance has been destroyed. Although it's not confirmed, Nazag has likely died along with them. It doesn't seem like any, but a few who use their escape badges managed to keep their lives. A scout reported to the 4 Libra heirs, a solemn expression on their face. Author's note: mistake on my part. The 4 heirs that were introduced in yesterday's chapters are part of the Libra family, not the Gamine family. Apparently, I can't keep my own story straight. Cries in Corner the Gamine and Libra family have a very close relationship with one another, something mentioned back in Vol 7. Apparently, that relationship is close enough that I mixed them up. It was obvious that after learning of the claiming of 2 territories, they would pay a great amount of attention to them. The commotion caused by Lionel wasn't small in the slightest, and it was too difficult to hide an army of 10,000. In addition, there's been a change to Lionel Morales' territory as well. A mountain seems to have appeared out of nowhere, and it's gone from a territory that's difficult to defend to one that has an incredible terrain advantage. We aren't sure of how this happened. The 4 heirs frowned, looking toward one another. They had only just returned, prepared to press their advantage. They wouldn't be together considering the advantage they had when separated if it wasn't for something extremely important, and that important thing was obviously upgrading their territory. However, what they didn't expect was that the moment they returned, they would receive what could only be said to be bad news. They weren't exactly close to Lionel's territory. In fact, they were quite far. The land Lionel had chosen was quite barren and could only be salvaged with the help of several terrain-changing rewards. However, their territory was lush and vibrant. There was a huge climate change between there and here. Even so, because of the way the air wars seemed to be shaping up, there would likely be a victor decided between the 2 hemispheres before an overall was chosen between the 2 behemoths that remained on their feet. This was almost guaranteed because the moon was currently separated into 2 supercontinents, one on the night side and the other on the day side. It wasn't worthwhile to invest in seafaring vessels and the like to cross to the other side if it wasn't absolutely necessary. It would only slow their progress. All for what? To end up in a land they had no information about? It wasn't worth it. Mountain? It should be a dungeon reward. There was a dungeon located between Lionel Morales' territory and the Constellation Bow Alliances. It was closer to the Constellation Bow Alliance's territory, so it's surprising that Lionel Morales got his hands on it first, Hewlett said slowly. Juan and Droit were silent. They were the 2 with the most understanding of Lionel. They could still remember the first time they met him. He had started off with quite a disadvantage in the true selection as well. But what had happened in the end? Since then, they had been quite wary of him. For him to end up with the dungeon first. Is it a coincidence? From our most recent scan, he seemed to have been alone with his partner for a very long time. That's very much unlike the Constellation Bow Alliance, which spread out with numerous groups, covering a large area. Druid supplemented. According to the new map, he now has several new outposts in the region, but their placement is odd. They're placed very far from the boundaries of a bronze-grade village, the scout said. The gazes of the 4 Libra heirs sharpened all at once, causing the scout to go quite pale. How far? It should be 420 kilometers from his village. The 4 Libra heirs all stood. As Lionel has said previously, the details of the upgrades available at the silver grade were kept in the dark. As such, there wasn't enough information to conclude that Lionel had a silver-grade village, which he had expanded the territory of twice over to 400 kilometers. Given that his upgraded outposts each had a radial range of 20 kilometers, that would explain the extra 20. However, even though they couldn't deduce this, they all knew that Lionel wasn't a fool despite how disdainful they had been of his threats. There seemed to be only 2 explanations for this. The first was that Lionel had received a rare reward that allowed him to extend the territory range of his village. As such, he placed his outposts a large distance away relying on this. The second explanation was that Lionel was using outposts in place of his scouts, using them to alert him of movement much earlier on. However, this second method felt quite foolish. The price-to-reward ratio wasn't worth it. The number of outposts that would be necessary was excessive. It would cost millions at the very least. How many outposts are there? There aren't many, less than a dozen. The 4 heirs frowned in confusion. Even just to cover a circumference of 420 kilometers, You would need at least 260 bronze-grade outposts with 10-kilometer ranges. Even if you doubled that, the price was eye-watering. What was the point of so few outposts? Show us the locations of these outposts. The scout hurriedly brought forward a crude map that seemed to update in real time. It was less accurate to say that the map was crude, and it was instead just not very detailed. Even so, there are many important points on it. Huan's pupils were the first to constrict. This configuration, they're all strategic points, Druid said with narrowed eyes. Hayrace the closest water source. Hayrace a choke point. Every time Druid pointed, it would elucidate another important point. When she finished, they all looked up. It was impossible for someone who hadn't had any scouts to have such a good understanding of the overall situation. The only explanation left was that Lionel's territory had a range of at least 400 kilometers. Not only that, but after he had claimed Nazag's territory, he had somehow gotten it to 400 kilometers of range first as well. If this was true, Lionel didn't have a vague outline of the day side. He had a near-perfect map of what amounted to at least 20% of the day side, a map that was far more valuable than their vague outlines of 100% of it. Chapter 1952, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:07 p.m. Chapter 1952, Trump card versus Trump card. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The gap isn't that big. What's most important is terrain, dungeons, and challenges. We have a strong grasp of all of those. We have a strong grasp of terrain and challenges, as well as villages, but dungeons are more difficult. They're often hidden and don't have any obvious markers. We can only make educated guesses. In terms of range, we have the upper hand. But in terms of details and dungeons specifically, we're definitely on the losing end. The situation wasn't as bad as they thought. Although they didn't know how Lionel had gotten so much range, there was still a large buffer between them and him. In addition, they had their own preparations. But look here, Nazag's territory is gone. That means he's moved it. But why? He's planning on using the fusion method. He used the territory map of Nazag's village first, memorized it, then took it with him. Remember, Lionel Morales is the youngest of us all. He lost 20 years, and he is also the littlest Nova. He's been behind from the very beginning. He knows this more than anyone. So his goal is to focus on just a single territory. This is good for us. We'll always know where he is. It'll be much easier to monitor him. I suggest we assign a team to him. With the shorter range, the maps will be much more detailed, and we'll be able to pay attention to everything he does and respond accordingly. Agreed, but we need some other measures as well. Fifth Nova is expanding quickly, and he's our most immediate enemy. We can't divert too much attention to a fire so far away and end up burned on this side. That much is easy. We failed to use the Constellation Bow Alliance. However, I think we'll have to stop holding back. Our advantages aren't as large as we would like, especially with these variables. Let's release a few more trump cards. Already, the best faction to use given the situation is the Leo family, but a Constellation family isn't so easy to make use of even if their leader is a bit dense. This is the best choice. The four looked toward one another and nodded. This was a trump card they only wanted to use during the endgame. Using it now would expose their tracks ahead of time and make it less effective in the future, but sometimes part of a powerful trump card was knowing when to use it, and waiting until the last moment wasn't always the ideal moment. As the Libra were scheming, Lionel had already been taking his own steps. They were very much correct about the fact that he had taken advantage of succeeding in the upgrade challenge to map out another 400 kilometers. The price was steep, but he valued information overall. What he needed most was the location of his next target, and he had found it. But first, he used the almost 1,000 kill exchanges he had gained from the Constellation Bow Alliance, and that over 10,000 he had gained from another successful silver grade challenge, to call forward more subordinates. The first group Lionel called forward was the Umbra family. In fact, he had called them forward even before beginning the challenge, because he had been waiting precisely for nightfall. Lionel nodded toward Radlease and nodded. You have the night. By the end of it, I want to know everything about this supercontinent. Ignore all challenges, mark down the location, any dungeons, and want a systematic report of every air and territory in this region. Yes, Radlease nodded. In a flash, he and hundreds of Umbra family members melded into the night. It was as though they had never been there at all, fusing into the shadows like phantoms. In the depths of the night, they were truly at home. Back when the Umbra family attacked Earth, they were able to vanish from sight even in the middle of the day. However, Lionel had still waited for night to set them loose. There were multiple reasons for this, but the main reason was efficiency. The strength of the Umbra family was several times more powerful in the night, and they could, as such, finish their tasks much faster. It wasn't worth it to trade for them earlier than now, as they weren't able to display their true strength for fear of exposing their family's ties to the Three-Finger Cult. As such, much like he had done with everything else, Lionel only revealed his cards at the absolute perfect time. After this, Lionel waved a hand and dozens appeared before him. To the absolute astonishment of those watching from the outside, every single one of them was a member of the Cloud Race. However, they were all in chains. Lionel had long since bound their wills to him. With a thought, he could kill them. So long as they refused to follow his orders, their death was inevitable. Of course, Lionel had done all of this long ago. He wouldn't waste precious time here torturing and convincing. Lionel waved a hand and removed their chains. He flipped a palm, revealing a communication device. His gaze flickered through it as he read with great speed. This information was none other than what Emna and James had already sent back to him after their half-day's effort. Within it, there were a few territories already marked. Of course, Lionel couldn't rely on the information given by just two people, especially since their original job was only to clear as many challenges and dungeons as possible. Information was secondary. This was why he had sent out the Umbra family as well. That said, this advanced information, as crude as it was good enough to send out a few teams of Cloud Race members. You few will go here. As for you here, Lionel quickly assigned them. Without many words, the Cloud Race dispersed. After activating their race's movement technique, they were like wisps of silvery gray in the night, fast and imperceptible. Chapter 1953, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:06 and 59 seconds p.m. Chapter 1953. Most neglected. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel's asks of them weren't as detailed as he would like, but the rest would have to wait until the Umbra family returned. For now, this would have to do. They would know to infiltrate to the highest level of management they could. Although it didn't feel like it, there were quite literally hundreds of heirs participating. With the sheer number of families there were, and how many had completely disregarded his words, this number was actually on the lower end. However, the moon was small, only about half to 3/4 the size of Earth. Of course, a few thousand people versus a moon of this size still made looking for people like looking for a needle in a haystack. As such, Lionel knew he didn't just need to care for the bigwigs. He also needed to find and crush the smaller players before they could get a foothold. The reason for this was obvious. As he improved his lead, he would eventually become a threat, and because of his abrasive words, he would become a target. Not that he wasn't already a target to begin with. Even if Lionel was nothing more than a smiling face and spread nothing but niceties, they would still want to deal with him. In that case, Lionel had an obvious ticking time bomb strapped to his ankle, and that was the obvious ending where he was swarmed from all sides. He had a numbers problem to face to begin with. If he had to face so many at once, it would be hard to come out victorious. In that case, Lionel needed to start placing certain countermeasures in place now. The outposts were only the beginning. He would begin systematically grinding away at all of these enemies one by one. The Umbra would deal with any small groups they ran into that could be casually dealt with. They were a family of assassins, after all. This first group of cloud race would infiltrate the few that could be considered to be at a middle range and destroy them from the inside out. Once the Umbra returned with a full detailed report, he would send out another group of cloud race with the purpose of targeting the largest groups and waiting for the opportune moment to crush them. Lionel finished assigning the cloud race swiftly. He turned toward the Oryx. Return to the village. Enter the segmented cubes, pods, and rest. There are 1,000 total pods. Take turns. After each group finishes, head to the north, east, west, south, and therein between cardinal directions respectively. The remaining 2,000 of you will say to guard the village. With the segmented cube, Lionel had a measure to deal with the fatigue pushed onto them by the environment. 15 minutes in the pod was worth a day of rest, but by the time they came out, they would be in pristine condition. Although he only had 1,000 of them, or more accurately, could only spare the energy to use 1,000 at a time, it would only take 2 hours and a half for all 10,000 of the Oryx to be rejuvenated to their full strength. As for the first 8 groups, I will leave it to your commanders to decide when to retreat and when to advance. Do not die needless deaths. Leave it to me, Elther said boldly. Lionel nodded and sent them away. Then, he used the remaining more than 10,000 kill exchanges he had gained from the second Silver Grade upgrade challenge and summoned a large army of Sky's family members. If the number of Lionel's subordinates were to be counted, the largest number without a doubt came from the Sky's family. But as a family that wasn't necessarily the strongest, they obviously didn't have too many 7th-dimensional experts younger than 100 years old. Even so, for a family of that scale, while producing 10,000 such individuals who had entered with the God Path was impossible, they had more than enough of such individuals who had done so with the conventional path, and that was all Lionel needed. This was yet another loophole to take advantage of. While it was true that fatigue worked more luck it would for third-dimensional existences in this world, that was only after they stepped foot into this world. This meant that from a moment they were summoned, a subordinate would have a fresh pair of legs and eyes. A fresh pair of legs and eyes perfect for war. Lionel soared into the skies. Although he could feel the fatigue settling in already, his gaze was still cold and sharp. Before daybreak, he would claim his 3rd Silver Grade territory. Tomorrow, the Air Wars would introduce its first Gold Grade territory. As Lionel marched, a group of individuals quickly caught up. With the village soon to be protected by the Oryx, Lionel's brothers had already caught up. Lionel wasn't taking any chances on this. He would kill 2 birds with 1 stone on this expedition. Not only would he claim his 3rd territory, he would take down his 2nd constellation family. The Tor family and Armand had entered his line of sight. He would conveniently deal with a small grudge at the same time. In an unknown corner of the Air Wars moon, a familiar trio had gathered. They stood by the ocean that separated the 2 supercontinents, cold air blowing by. They seemed close to one of the poles, but the water didn't seem intent on freezing over. Despite the fact it was clearly salted, it moved like a rushing river. These 3 were none other than Orenic, Richard, and Montero. This will be the most neglected region of the Air Wars, but I believe the ancestor of Morales will be quite thorough. If we claim the seas before anyone else, anyone who wants victory will have to come through us, Orenic said lightly. That sounds nice, Montero said somewhat skeptically, but the question is how. We won't be the only ones. The Pisk and Quarius families will definitely have the same idea. Also, one of them is tied to the first Nova as well. Hearing this, Orenic's smile only widened. Chapter 1954, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:06 and 58 seconds p.m. Chapter 1954. Never stop if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1954 never stop. Stop being mysterious. This is serious, Montero pressed. However, to Montero's surprise, rather than explaining, Orenic looked toward Richard. Richard stepped to the edge of the rushing tide, his expression unreadable as he looked forward. It was difficult to tell what he was thinking, but he suddenly began to speak a moment later. Many people think that the Viola family's lineage factor is just related to heaviness. Our violet force is indeed quite heavy to everyone, but it allows us to use less effort to explode with a great amount of strength. The more of our violet force we use, the greater the difference between our effort output and the strength resulting from it. However, this isn't the true secret of the Viola family. Do you know how old he'll be this year? Montero frowned. They had all been checked before entering. They should all be less than 100 years old. Beneath 100 years old, one's age didn't really matter very much unless you were still stuck at a low-dimensional tier. But Richard obviously didn't have this problem. Richard shook his head. I'm already almost 1,000 years old. It took me a lot of effort to reach this point. I was still in Tier 9 of the 5th dimension when I was into my 70s. How could I make it to the 7th dimension before I turned 100 years old? In fact, with my talent, it probably should have been impossible to ever take that step. Montero's frown deepened. What was Richard trying to get at? And why was he saying all of this? The true ability of violet force isn't heaviness. The description is much simpler, but far more profound. It can be summarized in just a single line: increasing output. Whatever you give, you will always receive more, and the true ability of violet force isn't heaviness. The description is much simpler, but far more profound. It can be summarized in just a single line: increasing output. Whatever you give, you will always receive more in return for. If I want to run at 10 miles an hour, my violet force will allow me to run at 12 with no added effort. If I swing to 100 pounds of force, my violet force will produce a swing of 150 pounds with no added effort on my part. If I exchange dozens of years of life, it'll receive the equivalent of hundreds of years of training results. Montero's heart skipped a beat. If what Richard was saying was true, how could anyone ever defeat the Viola family? Just what kind of force was this violet force, and why was it that he had never heard anything about it before? And with such a force backing them, why was the Viola family so weak? No, even more importantly than that, why was Richard so weak? If they could take first place, then the losses his family had suffered would be returned 100-fold. And when the time came, the Viola family would rise to the height it was always meant to be at. He had started from 0 before. He would just have to do it again. Chapter 1955, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:06 and 40 seconds p.m. Chapter 1955. Demand if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 1955 demand. Then what is your plan? Montero calmed his heart. He realized that things were spinning out of his control, and he didn't like it very much. But what allowed him to maintain his composure was the fact that although Richard had such hidden means, and Orinik was somehow privy to it all, was the fact that neither one of them felt outside of his ability to control. Of course, the three of them were allies, but such alliances only worked when all three had something equal to contribute. If that balance ever changed, it would quickly slip into a master-servant relationship. He couldn't allow his Aemon family to fall into such a situation after they had finally shed the label of six-dimensional family. At the same time, Montero needed to make sure that his inner thoughts didn't leak out. There was no need to strain the current relationship needlessly. One of the discoveries I've made is the fact that my violet force isn't just useful on myself and only myself. If I extend it to others, I can trigger sacrifices within them to force changes. Of course, such parties have to be willing or far weaker than me, but this has some interesting applications, especially when you learn to hone on the exchange point. Using my body as a medium, I can force exchanges even between one or more creatures. When I learned this, my progress became faster as I didn't have to experiment on myself any longer. I could master control my force in lesser creatures and only use tried and tested methods on myself. Richard bent forward and placed a palm of the dark waters. In the depths of the night, it looked quite black, its depths remaining completely unknown. In the Rain Galaxy, there's a very special race of beasts known as the Rain Beasts. They're exceptionally weak, so much so that they're usually kept as domestic pets. From afar, they look like little puffs of blue clouds. They have no faces, no limbs, and are basically just spherical furballs. They're usually quite hard to find. They like to rest at the bottom of freshwater sources where they can get quite large. Their existence didn't become well known until they started clogging up some important waterways of populated planets. At first, they were just directly killed, but this approach led to large floods. It turns out that the rain beasts are very good at absorbing water. It just takes them a long time. A very long time. However, when you kill them, they release it all at once, and water, though a seemingly benign creation, can be exceptionally dangerous at the right pressures, in the right quantities. A rain beast that only absorbs a small amount of water is a cute house pet that can be used to stay cool on a warm day or water your plants conveniently. A rain beast that absorbs a large amount of water is a natural disaster. As they are now, rain beasts aren't very useful to use. But after I'm done with them, Richard retracted his hand, looking up and asking a question he already knew the answer to. How many points will it take to trade for one rain beast? They're not even considered bronze grade, Enrich said with a laugh. Trading for a prepared resources always costs 10 times less than gaining it here. Killing an air-grade threat would provide 100,000 points here, so it only costs 10,000 points to trade for a prepared air-grade treasure. A subgrade threat provides 10 points. A subgrade treasure exchange, just 1 point. How many rain beasts do we have? Enrich's smile grew wider. More than we can use. Richard's, Enrich's, and Montero's gazes all burned frighteningly bright as they looked toward the ocean. Indeed, they could make these seas theirs. And the irony of it all? Richard wouldn't even have these beasts if not for Lionel forcing him to attack the Rain Galaxy back then in his scheme. Originally, Richard had gathered as many as he could, prepared to counter the chaotic water sector he believed had betrayed him, and now they would lead to Lionel's downfall. To Richard, he felt that this was all too poetic. The conversation of these three went completely unnoticed. With all the excitement going on, not a single soul cared to pay attention to three relative unknowns. The heirs of the human domain's strongest families were fighting it out. How could they have time to care about three families that had only recently entered the seventh dimension? It also didn't help that it felt like every one of Lionel's actions was taking the attention of the elders by storm. The choice to challenge the silver grade immediately once again, especially right after the Oryx had fought such a large battle, was baffling. Many couldn't help but comment on the fact that he was pushing his men too far. It would only be a matter of time before they collapsed. But before this thought could even be properly formed, the sleeping pods of the segmented cube left them in complete and utter silence. After 15 minutes, the Oryx exited as though they had rested for weeks, their auras as towering and powerful as when they first began their march. Many didn't get much time to spend being surprised about this, because the appearance of the Umbra family left those of Shield Cross stars watching with narrowed gazes. Cross Elder Avon, who was also in attendance, couldn't help but watch with a frown. He had never seen such perfect assassin's techniques. Even with his eyes, he couldn't quite keep up with their movements, and after they scattered, because none of them were heirs, there was no easy method of finding them again. Just where had Lionel gotten such a force? But in very Lionel fashion, even this shock didn't have much time to settle down before Cross Elder Avon and many others stood to their feet, their eyes widened in shock. 1, 2, 12, 24, 100. Cross Elder Avon stopped counting. It no longer seemed to matter. He slapped his palm down, his rage echoing through the silence. Shield Cross Stars demands an explanation. Where did so many cloud rays come from? Chapter 1956, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:06 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 1956. Single 1 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1956, single 1 from the beginning. Cross Elder Avon had been silent. He was supposed to be a neutral party, and though he had a belly full of both doubt and fury revolving around the matters of Earth, he had suppressed it. For the same reason he had to retreat from Earth's territory, maintaining the facade of neutrality Shield Cross stars had. He also had to maintain proper decorum here. However, the moment he gained a chance to apply pressure, the suppressed fury and doubt erupted forth, and he questioned the Morales loudly. By this point, Ancestor Alvaro's patience was wearing thin. It felt like an hour couldn't pass by without another jumping clown trying to apply pressure on his Morales family. When did they become an easy target seemingly anyone could step onto? Of course, Alvaro was exaggerating by no small amount. Whether it was Ancestor Goldark, Ancestor Mito of the Constellation Bow Alliance, or Cross Elder Avon, not only were they all eighth-dimensional monsters, each one of them was the leader of a powerhouse faction of great strength. While they weren't seen to be on the same level as the Morales family, they also couldn't be easily ignored, and this was especially so for Shield Cross stars. Even so, Ancestor Alvaro didn't seem to give a damn. "What kind of tone are you trying to use with me?" He practically growled. Avon's temper was no less fiery. When he heard these words, he reacted like a tiger who had just gotten its tail stepped on. Fire quite literally blazed in his eyes, and the surrounding metal of his flagship began to turn red. Just earlier, when Lionel had arrived with their stolen flagship and descended to the air wars, he had already been stifling his words and actions. But now it seemed the Morales didn't care about poking the bear. "Do you think the likes of you are capable of policing my tone? Do you think I want sanction the whole Morales family for colluding with the Cloud Race? Last I checked, Cloud Race scum were gallivanting amidst your ranks. Didn't see any of them in chains until Littlest Nova exposed them. Does Shield Cross stars have the right to sanction anyone?" Cross Elder Avon had been ready for a spar of words, but his next volley was immediately cut off by these words. He felt stifled, so much so that his face turned beet red and his mustache bristled beneath his heaving breaths. However, unfortunately for him, the Morales weren't finished. Littlest Nova had to register all of these Cloud Race people before they were allowed to be used. Do you think we don't know where they came from? They were all in Earth's territory. Shield Cross stars was present all the while, and yet it wasn't until you were kicked out that they were exposed. Police force of the human domain? What a joke. You can't even do your jobs as well as a junior. Avon's chest heaved. So you expect me to believe that just because you say so? Just like you wanted the human domain to believe that an heir of the Morales was a Tier 1 fugitive just because you said so? I still haven't sought an account about that matter. How dare you? You think I'm afraid of you? Come seek your account. The bluster and billowing of the two old men made the starry skies quake. If not for the fact that most other families and organizations had sent their ancestors as well, the surrounding flagships would have already been blown to bits by this point. However, that was all. Bluster and billowing. Alvaro seemed to be daring Avon to do something more than just talk, but Avon seemed to be doing the same thing. Shield Cross stars still needed to maintain their neutrality, while Alvaro had already won their spar of words. By this point, Avon's responses were nothing more than the whining of a baby. The two barked back and forth, but quite quickly, their argument had no choice but to come to a pause as Lionel's army had already appeared in Armand Tor's territory. In that moment, the Tor Constellation family gripped their fists. Lionel was truly ruthless. In the dead of night, he marched. By this point, the fatigue of the first batch of enterers was already setting in. For Lionel, it was no different. If there was any advantage he had, it was that his dream force was especially dense, so it took quite a lot to fatigue his mind, and his vitality was especially great, making it quite difficult to fatigue his body. Even so, he was reaching the end of his limits as well. He had used his mind to an extreme today, pushing his calculation abilities to the limit to ensure that every step was as perfect as possible. As for his body, it was in relatively better condition. However, he knew he had to do this. The Tor family was performing well, although not as well as the leaders. They had claimed a village that was currently still at the subgrade. However, other than this, their approach was a bit unique due to their size, or more accurately, the village had adjusted due to this. The Tor family was a family of giant-like humans. For them, being 2 meters tall was considered short, and most would be taller than 3 meters tall by the time they reached the 7th dimension. For the sake of fairness, the walls of the Tor family wouldn't possibly be the same size as that of other families. They would naturally build their structures much taller. As such, the Tor family had gained an advantage only similar giant families gained. After claiming their territory, the height of the walls doubled, as did their thickness. While they were still marginally weaker than the bronze grade, it wasn't by a large amount. As such, the Tor family wasn't obsessed with upgrades just yet and focused on using their territory map to quickly find and clear challenges and dungeons. Thanks to this approach, they not only had villages with defenses comparable to the bronze grade, they had 2 of them in relatively close distance. Even so, Lionel didn't split his forces. He charged on just a single one. Chapter 1957, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:06 and 29 seconds p.m. Chapter 1957. Blazing battle intent. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 1957. Blazing battle intent. Lionel sat in silence for a long while. He took deep breaths as 3 silver stars appeared to his back. They rotated slowly, large amounts of dream force seeping into his body. The recovery of his mind was especially so, but it was just enough. His eyes snapped open and he jumped, fluttering down from the skies amidst the stars. Attack! The appearance of Lionel and the others had already been noted, but far too late for the Tor to make large, advanced preparations. Among those that were still awake, many were simply scouts. As this was the first day and their nerves were sharp, they were relatively quick to react. But the range of subgrade village was too short, and not everyone had the capital to spend on outposts like Lionel. At best, their warning was just enough for the Tor that were resting to jump from their beds, rushing forward in preparation for battle. Unsurprisingly, Armand was among them. With every step he took, the ground quaked, a twin pair of battle axes crossed on his back. He stood at just over 4 meters tall, and his muscles rippled like steel cords beneath his tough skin. The veins that protruded along his body were vibrant, and a colorful bluish purple with just the tiniest hints of golden flakes. One could almost see the blood rushing like tides within them, but one could most definitely hear the tsunami-like crashing waves that urged forward with his every movement. For such a tall person to appear in the human race, their entire physiology had to be properly changed. His bones were like steel pipes, his heart was like a rumbling engine, his nerves fired with great speed, his muscles were thick and powerful. When Lionel saw this man, he remembered the first time he had seen him. Back then, his snowy star owl blood had been completely suppressed. Not used to such a feeling, he had lost in their exchange of gazes. In reality, it couldn't be considered a loss. Lionel had frowned out of annoyance, and Armand had taken it as his victory, maybe rightfully so. It was probably also due to this that Lionel had made the decision to give up the convenience of having techniques to match with his lineage factor and abandon the snowy star owl entirely. Even so, Lionel wasn't the type of person who liked to suffer such a loss. Maybe even Armand had already forgotten about this matter. After all, so many things had happened since then, and Lionel had already proven himself several times over. But as though he had a fishbone stuck in the back of his throat, he had never forgotten this. At that moment, Lionel surged forward, his army flooding forward with him like a tide of darkness in the night. But very quickly, they lit up the battlefield as though it was midday, sharp flashes of lightning echoing through the skies like ripples of sound waves. Lionel's 3 stars flickered and vanished, only to be replaced by 3 blue stars that were just as vibrant and shocking. His panda construct covered his body, and his divine armor snapped into place. Bang! He landed before Armand, the ground quaking as he punched out with 6 fists. Armand's expression was not good at this moment. He realized that he was outnumbered in a ratio worse than 10-1, and now Lionel was appearing before him when he and the few behind him were the only ones capable of changing the situation. Although Lionel had great numbers, there were no great geniuses among them. Armand could easily face 100 of them or more at a time alone, and that was only assuming that the rest would try to fight other battles. If there were no other burdens, he was confident in fighting all 10,000 on his own and killing them all. However, if Lionel blocked him, "You four go forward. I will deal with him as quickly as possible. Don't let our brothers die." Armand punched forward, expecting a strong fight, but the moment his fists connected with Lionel's, he frowned. Even when the other two pairs of fists landed on his torso, his frown only deepened. Too weak. Lionel's fists crackled, and his forward momentum came to a stop. Even as the vital star force pumped through his veins, he was forced 2 steps back. If not for the protection of his divine armor, his panda construct would have definitely lost at least 2 arms. Even his divine armor had hairline fractures on it. Although his divine armor was technically of the life grade, a grade that was noted to be the equivalent of the 8th dimension, it wasn't truly at this level. Lionel had simply comprehended a new state of crafting, allowing him to use lower dimensional materials to display strength of treasures far beyond. As such, when Lionel saw this, he wasn't surprised. Armand's gaze flashed, his expression turning ferocious as Lionel's 8 brothers and several other experts rushed forward to block his strongest backers. He could end his battle with Lionel quickly. In fact, he was a bit slow. Now that he thought about it, as long as Lionel died or was forced to retreat, this victory would be theirs, and they would gain over 10,000 kill exchanges on top of that. However, what Armand couldn't see was that Lionel's expression was absolutely calm. He could practically feel the excitement of the tour and other families watching, believing that he had overestimated himself. A smirk curled his lips. He had crushed Nazag because the latter was an expert of the bow, and he was a bow sovereign. What chance did he stand? Armand, however, was not only a genius at Nazag's level, but he had no obvious weaknesses against Lionel. It could be said that this would be Lionel's first true test since stepping into the Air Wars. The gap between the 6th and 7th dimensions was indeed obscenely large, but he had only used his fists just now. Since when was he a fist expert? Lionel's aura flourished. Star fusion, combustion. The sapphire blue stars to Lionel's back suddenly blazed to life, becoming more akin to balls of fire than stars. At the same time, the vital star force rushing out from the joints and valves of his divine armor turned from royal blue to deep crimson as he grasped at the air, a large black rod appearing in his hands. "Show me why they call you all the Cataclysm generation. The last time I fought one of you, I was greatly disappointed." Lionel's battle intent blazed. Chapter 1958, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:06 and 17 seconds p.m. Chapter 1958. Aura. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1958. Aura. 2 giants stood across from one another, their auras blazing. Lionel's black spear pulsed with dense black fog, rising like a tide and forming a twin pair of menacing blades. At the same time, Armand pulled his twin axes from his back, the veins along his forearms pulsing. Lionel's force rippled with a dense crimson. Armand's skin seemed to redden, a white steam coming off of him as his heart seemed to rev up like an engine. The two moved at once. Bang! The ground cracked, rippling force spreading out in all directions. Despite their size, they moved like wisps of wind. For most, the only way to keep track of them was to follow the trail of white and red. The colors intertwined, connecting and separating, spinning around one another and separating, sending one flying, and then the other reciprocating. Armand's gaze sharpened, and his blood continued to heat up. After the first exchange, whatever excitement he had had for this battle had waned. He had a poor habit of being lazy. He couldn't seem to get up to do things unless there was a great battle in store for him. Not only his actions, but his face seemed to reflect this. He cared too little about many things. However, after the second exchange and the third and the fourth, his eyes began to slowly redden. His muscles grew a size, and a pair of horns began to slowly manifest from his head. It seemed that with every exchange, they would grow another inch, and with them, his strength would rise explosively. By the time they had grown to just over 2 feet, Lionel's combustion was being quickly suppressed. Even so, in that moment, the two of them suddenly laughed, a booming laughter that rumbled like thunder and struck like lightning. Bang! Lionel was sent reeling backward as Armand spread out his arms, his aura towering. The shimmering but faint image of a creature loomed behind him. When it appeared, his body expanded by double its original size, his aura continuing to climb. On the outside, the Tor family elders sighed a breath of relief. In truth, they were quite helpless. Armand was the most talented junior to be born into their family in a very long time, maybe ever. But his laziness was a real problem. He should have been spoken about along with the likes of the sword deity and bow deity, but he couldn't be bothered. This state of his, this was the first time they had seen it in a very long time. They were surprised that it was Lionel who could bring this out of him, especially since, with their sharp eyes, they could tell that Lionel wasn't nearly enough to threaten him, at least not with the power he was using currently. However, Armand could sense something familiar from Lionel, a familiar sort of arrogance. It wasn't that Armand was lazy, it was rather that he didn't feel much was worth his effort. He wasn't interested in recognition, nor was he interested in accolades. His position in the Tor family had already stabilized the day he was born, so what was there to strive for? In fact, he was only participating in this battle because his elders had made him. But for some reason, he suddenly felt excited. Lionel clapped his second and third pair of hands together, causing a resonating shockwave to spread out in all directions. To his back, his 3 stars suddenly became 5, a pair of dark blue stars pairing with his 3 radiant bright blue stars. Armand swung both of his axes downward without the slightest hint of mercy in his eyes. A bloodlust leaked from his body. He seemed to have forgotten about everything, even his fellow family members. All he wanted was battle. The wind kicked up, and Lionel's absolute spear domain suddenly manifested. However, it was decidedly different from usual. Rather than a simple radiant gold, it carried a dark blue heaviness to it. Armand found his twin axes slowing before he even made contact. Lionel's smile seemed to have vanished, and all that was left was an abrupt coldness. What excitement and pleasure that had been on his face seemed to have been entirely suppressed. Star fusion, King's might. Lionel's aura erupted once against, the dense crimson becoming an even denser violet. It felt as though a king had descended, the spear crown on his panda construct's 3 heads growing in size and magnificence. His spear pierced forward, vanishing through the void. Armand's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly reversed the flow of his force, something that would have shredded apart the body of almost anyone else, but he seemed to do it with ease, blocking with all his might. Bang! Armand stumbled a step back, but Lionel had already retracted his spear and pierced forward again. At the same time, the motion of his second and third pair of hands shifted, a large accumulation of void star force appearing in the skies like surging flood dragons that descended with a deathly momentum. Swift, swift, swift. Lionel's spear seemed to have changed entirely, its magnificence on full display. It felt as though he had just been toying around before. His previous attempts had entirely lacked the same elegance, the same oppression. Forceful. Bang! Armand's block was nearly thrown back entirely, his back bending at an awkward angle. The excitement blazing in his eyes only seemed to be increasing. His muscles pulsed so quickly that they seemed to vibrate. He dug his heels in the ground, his horns turning red under the heat his body was giving off. Roar! Holding his axes, he punched out, meeting the twin flood dragons of void star force. He seemed to completely ignore Lionel's spear as it approached and pierced into his chest. Bang! He was sent flying backward, his body arcing as he oriented himself in the skies and landed heavily. Suddenly, his expression changed. Lionel's aura had changed once again. Before the eyes of everyone, the two dark blue stars began to quickly accumulate runes, its aura growing. Chapter 1959, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:06 and 16 seconds p.m. Chapter 1959. Emptiness. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1959 emptiness. When Armand looked up, he could seem to see Lionel's gaze. Despite the armor, despite the panda construct, despite the rippling obstructions of force, he could still feel it. It was a gaze of dominance, a gaze that demanded submission, a gaze that wanted to crush the pride in his heart and force it into obedience. An absolute defense circulated around Lionel. An absolute offense graced the tip of his spear. And with a step, a flawless synergy seemed to be formed. The blade of his black spear grew and dwarfed Armand's blades in the blink of an eye. Kneel! It was just a single word, just a single syllable, just a single breath. However, the world seemed to change colors. When the tip of Lionel's spear appeared before him this time, Armand saw that it was bathed in a violet light as well. Sometimes, the essence of a spear technique didn't need a long phrase behind. Often an emotion didn't need a long explanation attached to it. Lionel's spear seemed to embody this. It demanded surrender. The unwillingness bubbled up from deep with Armand, and his battle intent quickly turned to fury. Bang! At that moment, the shimmering image behind him solidified and grew with a towering majesty. The form of a golden minotaur stood. Its horns shimmered like two gems, its body looking as though it was carved of the most precious gems. All at once, the Tor ancestors rose to their feet, the excitement in their eyes practically boiling over. Armand's body grew yet another size, the veins coursing throughout his body pumping. In the past, there were only faint flecks of gold, but now they radiated a dense golden energy as though liquid gold was coursing through his body. Armand roared and swung to meet Lionel's blade. Their weapons collided, and the world fell into silence for just a moment before everything seemed to be unleashed all at once. The ground beneath and around them was blasted apart, a large crater spreading out. The air snapped and crackled, and the region for countless kilometers was lit up by colors of gold and violet. Lionel felt a powerful resistance, but so too did Armand. The faces of his panda construct and Armand were practically nose to nose. They leaned forward, even somewhat crossing over their own weapons, as if they would rather headbutt than exchange blows with their blades. However, at that moment, Armand's blades gave way. Lionel's spear descended, slashing across his chest as though it was nothing more than wet paper. He severed flesh and bone as one, cutting into his lungs and heart. Armand collapsed to a knee, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and then another. The intent to battle was still blazing in his eyes, the golden idol to his back making that intent clear. But even with his usual healing factor, the wound refused to close. Lionel looked down toward the cracked battle axes in Armand's hands. They were excellent weapons, but unfortunately, they were only of the gold grade. After their first few exchanges, they had already shown signs of cracking and fracture, although Armand had tried to protect them with his battle axe force. How could his weapon force be superior to Lionel's despite being in the seventh dimension? Lionel felt that it was a bit unfortunate. He could have stopped when he sensed Armand's axes giving way, or he could have used a weaker spear from the beginning, but he had refused to do so. These air wars weren't about his own selfish desires to do battle. His goal here was bigger. He was already indulging enough by fighting Armand alone and not teaming up with Aina to finish it quickly in the first place. He couldn't indulge any more than that. There was a moment of silence as Lionel met Armand's gaze. "Good battle," he said plainly. Armand looked up without a word. Even though he was on a knee, he barely had to, his increase in size having been enough that even while down, he was almost the height of Lionel's panda construct. At that moment, he could have crushed his badge and escaped, but seeing the slaughter of his clansmen around him, his eyes dimmed. For the first time, his battle intent waned somewhat. The tip of Lionel's spear trembled once, and Armand's head was severed from his shoulders. The Tor family fell into silence. Veins popped across their forearms and foreheads, the heat in their surroundings rising as their bloodlines thumped. The sound of their hearts, especially as they resonated as one, felt like rumbling and collapsing earth. Unlike the others, they took deep breaths and didn't say a word, but the red in their eyes, their growing horns, and the quaking of their flagship painted a completely different picture. The echo of Lionel's words seemed to descend once more. The words of a king couldn't be retracted, and exceptions couldn't be made for them. Others might have thought that Lionel might spare Armand for the sake of a good battle, or because he had never wanted to be there in the first place, or because he felt a sort of resonance with him. But Lionel had never had any intention of doing that. As many came is as many as he would kill. He looked up into the skies, as though he could see the gazes of those that must have been paying attention to him right this moment. His momentum was undying. If it wasn't obvious already, it was as clear as day now. He had come with the intention of fighting against the world. On just the first day, Lionel had killed not just one genius of the Cataclysm generation, but two of them. These geniuses that should have been fighting it out for the final, ultimate glory were unceremoniously slaughtered with the human domain as witness. The words of Lionel Morales were never and would never be spoken with any sort of emptiness. Chapter 1960, published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:06 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 1960. Interesting if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. 1960 interesting. Every action Lionel took seemed to remind him of the words he had spoken back then. Every genius that fell caused another pang of regret to light their hearts. Another surging pain and unwillingness coursing through their veins. It was at that moment that some began to realize that Lionel had done this on purpose. Every time he killed, they would be reminded of their words, reminded of what could have been, reminded that everything that was happening now was their fault. Whether they acknowledged that in the future and didn't blame Lionel himself was entirely unknown. However, what was certain was that they would know the truth in their hearts. Armand had never wanted to enter the air wars to begin with. It was they who had made him, they who had ignored his wishes. He could have been home right this moment, lounging as he normally did. But now he was lying in a pool of his own blood. Ruthless, too ruthless, Ancestor Goldark said coldly. This time, he didn't bother to seek an answer from the Morales family. He only said this to stoke the flames. His Goldark family wouldn't be the only one to suffer, and if there was an opportunity to retaliate, they also wouldn't be alone. However, when he glanced over at the Morales ancestor, all he saw was pride in their eyes and sneers on their lips. This group of madmen didn't seem to give a damn. "Gather up," Lionel's voice called out as he lowered his gaze from the skies. "We'll begin the silver grade upgrade now, yes." The Sky's family members took deep breaths, but they weren't nearly at the end of their ropes yet. They had had overwhelming numbers, and though they had to team up for victory, this had helped them to save quite a lot of energy as well. They were prepared. They reformed their teams and gathered up. With silver-grade threats on the horizon, they would once again have a tough challenge ahead of them, and this time Lionel didn't have any terrain changers to use to his advantage. Even so, their numbers, with the support of his brothers, him and Aina, should be enough. The upgrade challenge was triggered, and the battle ensued. As expected, it was far more challenging than the first time around. The Sky's family members, at least the majority of them, were only about as strong as bronze-grade threats, as if they could fight such an existence one-on-one. Only about 10% of them were as good as a silver-grade threat. The Oryx were different in this regard, which was why they were such a surprise to the people of the human domain. This relatively unknown race of people were mostly silver-grade threats, with about 10% of them being gold-grade threats. This aside, given the circumstances, it was unsurprising that the challenge was tough. This time, it was Lionel and his group that was at a disadvantage in number. Not only were they disadvantaged in terms of numbers, but they were also weaker overall. If Lionel's earlier actions had seemed insane, this was even beyond just that. His eagerness to gather a third city, to complete the fusion, was excessive. This was especially so given the fact that if he was struggling so much with a silver grade upgrade, there was absolutely no way he would be able to deal with the gold grade upgrade challenge anyway. Not only would the numbers they faced in the gold grade upgrade challenge be at least 100 times more than the around 10,000 of the silver grade, because it was a fusion path he was taking, it would be 3 times more than even that. On top of that, they would all be gold grade threats. By this logic, it made no sense for Lionel to be pushing the limits like this. He shouldn't be able to enter the gold grade anytime soon anyway. However, at that moment, Lionel took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When they opened again, the fatigue within them was clear, but the determination was even clearer. These next few steps would be the ultimate deciding factor. 3 silver stars appeared at Lionel's back once more, and he roared into the skies. If one was standing to his back, it would be possible to see a silvery gold glow shimmering through the back of his neck. At that moment, one after another, countless troll beasts appeared in the skies, each valiantly wearing a coat of violet armor. Dozens, then hundreds, then thousands, then over 10,000. They had hardly settled down when Lionel's aura rose again. Roars echoed across the skies as one earth dragon after another began to appear, their enormous bodies blotting out the skies. They, too, looked exceptionally valiant, donning their own violet armor, their presences menacing as their hundreds of blade-like legs pierced down from the skies above. Lionel huffed and puffed, veins popping up across his forehead. At that moment, he used a kill exchange and summoned Little Black Star. The little guy was only about 3 feet long, but he seemed to instantly become the center of the battlefield. Crush them, Lionel said lightly. He threw everything he had forward. It was maybe only now that those watching understood that Lionel hadn't run out of trump cards just yet. In fact, the only new ability he had displayed just now was the summoning of a beast creature they had never seen before. The little mink looked unremarkable, but the moment he entered the fray, he didn't kill in batches any smaller than 10. Under the control of Lionel, silver-grade spirit constructs crashed against silver-grade beasts, monsters, and trolls. The pressure against the Sky's family members was alleviated instantly. With Lionel's spirit constructs taking the front lines, their job couldn't have been easier. They looked for vulnerable creatures and killed them while they were occupied. Strikes of lightning spread across the battlefield, and the battle soon came to an end. Lionel took deep breaths, his body seemingly reaching its limits as well. His mind couldn't help but wonder. This sort of feeling was created using nothing but dream force that he was certain of. What was the secret behind it? And could he replicate it? Lionel claimed the city after spending millions to expand its region to 400 kilometers as well. His gaze flickered for a moment when he saw what the territory map had to offer. Interesting. Chapter 1961. Published at 28th of June, 2023, 1:06 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 1961. Fairy tale: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1961 Fairy tale. Lionel didn't move, standing in silence for a long while. His eyes were getting heavier, but he still pushed his mind to the absolute limit. After a moment, he waved a hand. This time, another wave of about 200 or so Cloud Race members appeared. Among them, there was even the former Secretary Marquisette Maya. Maya looked up toward Lionel with a cold gaze, but she didn't say anything. Her 2 sons were in Lionel's hands. There really was nothing that she could do. While she had planned to enter the special calm-like state of the Cloud Race, under Lionel's threat, she couldn't do this. "You'll be him until I tell you otherwise." Lionel nudged ahead toward Armin's corpse. Maya took a glance and didn't say anything. But after a moment, her aura shifted and she grew to the point where she was almost an entire 2 meters taller than Lionel. At a glance, even with further inspection, she looked exactly like Armand without the slightest deviation in look or aura. Even her demeanor had become similar to his. Lionel hadn't expected this sort of accuracy from a corpse. There was definitely something special about the Cloud Race's ability to replicate others, more special than he knew. Disregarding this matter for now, Lionel sent the Cloud Race members away. They came as Cloud Race individuals and left as giants of the human race. A plan brewed in Lionel's mind as he watched them leave. The moment he had noticed that the Tor family had not just one, but 2 villages, another idea began to formulate in his mind. He shifted around some of his original plans and made some small adjustments. Maya would have originally been invaluable to clearing the coming gold grade upgrade challenge, but in her current spot, she was much more useful to him. Once this was done, Lionel claimed the now silver grade city, completing his trifecta. Now, it was time to return and rest. By this point, all 10,000 of the Oryx should have gotten the rest they needed. "Let's go." Lionel lit the region on fire. He wanted to give off the illusion that a great battle had been fought, but while the Tor lost one village, they managed to hold Lionel off and retreat to their second city. This displayed the strength Lionel wanted to give off while also making his trap easier to hop into. As of now, no one in the Air Wars knew that he had Cloud Race pawns on his side, and he would keep it that way for as long as possible. By the time his trap was sprung, he would be able to raise the day side to the ground and march toward the night side. Victory would be his. Although everyone saw Lionel's actions in impersonating the Tor family geniuses, there was nothing that they could do about it. Even the Morales family wasn't interfering with the event, and if they tried to secretly communicate, the first to notice would be Ancestor Hito. Everything was under their control, and cheating at this point was impossible. It would all come down to what preparations their youths had made ahead of time. Even so, seeing Lionel using the Cloud Race in this way no doubt made the Tor family absolutely furious. All the while, an incomplete and even false impression of the events was relayed to the Libra family heirs. Their grasp of the situation was limited to begin with. They could only see the aftermath of the event and conclude exactly what Lionel wanted them to conclude. Upon returning to the village, Lionel entered a pod. When he stepped out just 15 minutes later, those watching were surprised, but they had already seen the Oryx do this. They could only watch with ugly expressions as Lionel gained another huge advantage. Recall the troops marching in this direction, both of them. The messages were sent out swiftly, and they began their return. Lionel didn't want the troops he had sent out initially to interfere with the new Tor family. After all, if there was a troop in that area that the Tor, for some reason, didn't touch, it would be exposed as an oddity almost immediately. It was best that he regroup and reassign them. After Lionel sent out these orders, he gathered Aina and his brothers along with Raelion. Sail and the others as the Sky's family took their turns in the pods. He marked out locations on the map and sent them out. Their targets were the dungeons that had used their now 3 territories to memorize the locations of. With the fact he had upgraded 3 regions to the silver grade now, they had not only spawned many more challenges, but many more dungeons as well, increasing the frequency of silver grade rewards. After sending them away, Lionel used yet another kill exchange to bring out Little Tali. By this point, everyone seemed to have realized that Lionel was running out of subordinates. Right this moment, he had thousands of kill exchanges, and yet he didn't use them. Instead, he converted them all into points after bringing out Noah and some other geniuses of Earth. Even when it came to the Cloud Race he had sent to impersonate the Tor family, he only sent them the 500 points they needed to upgrade to the bronze grade, then left them to their own devices. As for the now over 11 million points he had now, they seemed to sit idle, burning a hole in his pocket. However, Lionel didn't seem to notice. One by one, he took out the items the segmented cube had spent the day completing. After handing the Sky's family their weapons and armors, he moved one to take out large bundles of what seemed to be simple plates without the slightest hint of engravings. Lionel's 3 stars appeared to his back, runes dancing across its surface as he leapt past his village walls, appearing in the depths of the mountain range that now surrounded them. He lifted his hands and controlled little Tali with one hand. In the other, he held a life-grade force crafting quill that could only be described as gorgeous. Although it was formed with an ink-blank feather, every time Lionel's wrist flickered and it trembled, golden dust would sparkle down from its body, making it look as though it had come out of fairy tale. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.